I'm ready. Thank you. I will now call to order our special board meeting. It's a meeting workshop for June 28th, 2023 for the Chico Unified School District. With that, let's go ahead and stand for the flag salute, please. Salute pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Alrighty, are there any board members who have announcements this evening?
Oh, if I could. The amazing national gold medal winners of our Pleasant Valley High School video production kids. First time ever from Northern California. First time ever for Chico Unified, obviously. But the complete roster of all of the medals they won we'll do later when we get back to school, but just so proud of that group. Mike Peck is the teacher, and it was 30-something schools throughout the nation they competed against, and they won gold. Bravo. Okay, now I'm done.
Yeah, that's amazing. I just opened the email again to reread that. National medal winners in June of 2023 for TV video production. Gold medal was first in the nation, Raphael Wenslaff and Drew Barron. So that's awesome. It's exciting, actually, like really exciting. National's big. Are there any other announcements? Okay, we'll move on to consent calendar. Do we have any public comment on consent calendar this evening? Alrighty, do we have a motion?
I move the consent calendar.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by member Tennis and a second by member Robinson. We'll do, since this is our first vote for the evening, is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Tennis.
Tennis, aye.
Dalby, aye.
Robinson, aye.
Conkin, aye.
All right, thank you. Let's see. Next on the agenda, we are moving to item number 4, which is our board workshop. We do have an approximate starting time of 5:15 for this, so I just kind of want to caution us to not go too quickly in case there's more folks that are trickling in that are interested in this topic, as well as our 5th board member. So with that, I would like to open up this item, discussion action item, Inspire School of Arts and Sciences Long-Term Housing, presented by Julie Kissel.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here tonight. We're going to start out with the first slide here in our presentation. Oh, there we go. The reason that we're here tonight and the reason that this is the board workshop is because the board took action, a motion was passed to discuss at this meeting, the last meeting in June, a future location for Inspire School of Arts and Sciences and the requirements for the $8 million state facilities grant that the project has. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're going to dig in a little bit and talk about the grant funds. It is a complicated funding mechanism, there are two types of funding that the grant is providing. One is for modernization and the other is for new construction. This modernization grant is possible because we are utilizing the eligibility for modernization that is wrapped up in the age of the portables that are at Chico High School, where currently Inspire is housed. So on this slide, it's showing that the Proposition 51, which is charter school funding, available grant is $8.8 million. Of that, $5.3 million is in the modernization portion, and $3.5 million is in a new construction portion. Proposition 51 grants require a 50-50 match. So on the match side, you see that Inspire has $2.2 million remaining in their Measure K allocation, the charter school allocation. They have fundraised for $800,000, and for the project at the Fremont Street Canyon View property, the district had offered to provide $1 million toward infrastructure for the stormwater retention that was to occur underneath the parking lot. Because that stormwater retention basin was going to be utilized for our future comprehensive high school at the site. So it was a mutual benefit to Chico Unified and to Inspire. And that leaves a total possible match of $4 million. Any questions on the funding available? Yes.
I have a question, excuse me, about the use of the land itself, because the land is Chico Unified property ownership, correct?
Yes.
And so is there no way to qualify being able to utilize that land as like almost an in-kind match? Or is it only dollar value, like actual bank account dollars that could be used?
It's actual dollars.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
And the land will remain the property of the district.
Right, but if they,
Yes.
if there was like an amount that would qualify for, you know, Chico Unified is basically providing an in-kind gift match by allowing the school to be housed on that property, you know, that it would have been nice if that was allowable under the grant rules. So I was just curious
Yes, and I
about that.
understand that a lot of the grants that the district applies for do allow an in-kind match, like labor, but these do not, unfortunately.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep. So anyway, the I guess the follow-on to that is just keeping in mind that there is another layer of value that the district is providing by by offering that space, which was voted on years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
It was part of the 2019 Facilities Master Plan update.
And Measure K was 2016?
16,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, now the next slide it outlines the timeline requirements of the grant. So DSA and CDE, Division of the State Architect, and the California Department of Ed must approve the plans and specifications for the project by February 26 of 2025. In the case of the Fremont Street Canyon View property plans, those plans and specifications have already been approved by DSA and CDE. But if we were to define a new location that the grant could be spent on, we'd be starting that process over. So therefore, the next bullet point explains that it takes about 9 to 12 months to develop new plans and get them approved through those two important agencies. Upon these approvals, then the Office of Public School Construction processes and releases the funds for construction. Based on this schedule, that would be sometime between December 25 and June of 26. From that fund release date, the district then has 4 years to complete the project. And the district must show progress every 12 and 18-month increments during that 4-year term. Hello. Any questions on the timeline requirements? Sorry about that. Okay, next slide. So, as you know, the district and Inspire have met jointly, I believe 3 times now, to discuss ideas and options for housing Inspire and being able to utilize both their Measure K funds and the grant funds from the state of California. So we have 4 options to describe that we've been discussing, and we'll just walk through those now. So option 1, and these are not in order of weighted order in any way, they are just the 4 options that we've been discussing. Option number 1 is to make permanent improvements to the Chico High School campus that A, meets the immediate needs of Inspire, and Inspire will stay on the campus for a term, at this point an unknown term of time. But those permanent improvements also have to B, meet the future needs of the Chico High Master Plan. So not an easy thing to do, but possible to do. Inspire needs large dance space. They need administrative office space. Chico High has planned for that same piece of land, career and technical education improvements, in the form of large classrooms that can support their CTE programs, agriculture, and medical pathways, as well as performing arts, band, choir, and drama. This option, we would not take a loan from the state. The first, the funding mechanism that you saw previously does require Inspire to take out a loan from the state of California at a low interest rate over a 30-year term. If Inspire were to enter a loan agreement with the state, then a 40-year facilities use agreement must be put in place. It must be put in place. 40-year facilities use agreement. It wouldn't be in our interest, in the district's interest, to enter a facilities use agreement for that long of a term, because the improvements that would be built in this option would be utilized for a charter school. If it's not Inspire, it would have to be offered to other charter schools in the future that could pay for the loan. If there isn't any charter schools that could pay for the loan and occupy the property, then eventually it would fall back for the district to be able to utilize it. But the use agreement is, it's strings attached. That would be difficult on this option. So without a loan from the state, the 50% match would mean that option number 1 would likely be an $8 million project maximum. So what we could build with $8 million at Chico High that could meet the needs of Inspire now and meet the future needs of the Chico High master plan. And this option would also require the district and Inspire to enter into a long-term facilities use agreement between us without the state. It's called the same document, but it would be a different agreement for a long-term housing of Inspire at Chico High School. So at that, I know that's a difficult description. I'm happy to answer any questions on that option. Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. So on our next slide, and I know that's difficult to read.
Sorry, I saw you thought I was going to interrupt you. Can we turn the microphone for Julie up just a little bit, please? Thank you.
Okay, so option number 2 is to build the Inspire campus at the Fremont Street Canyon View property. The plans, as I said earlier, are already completed and approved by the California Department of Ed and the Division of State Architect, so the project is shovel-ready. The issue is, as you all know, the budget gap, somewhere between $8 to $10 million short of being able to fund that project. A benefit to Chico High for this option number 2 would be that the shared spaces, not shared spaces, but Chico High spaces that are utilized by Inspire currently, classroom in the J building, J226, the dance room, and one large portable that's currently utilized by Inspire could be taken over and used by Chico High if Inspire was not there. So that would be the immediate benefit to Chico High. With this option, there are 2 ways to get there. The first way to get there is for Inspire to borrow the gap funding from Chico Unified bond dollars and pay back that loan with their future bond allocations. This would mean that the district would have to pass 2 bonds in the future, assuming that the same percentage allocation of those bond dollars is provided to the charter community. At approximately $5.5 million would be allocated to Inspire for each of those next 2 bonds, and the district would get paid back for what they loaned Inspire.
Can you clarify what you just said? You said something, as long as the same amount was guaranteed to the charter school community, what, can you?
Right, in coming up with this estimate, I had to make some assumptions. So I assumed that the next 2 bonds would be $250 million. That's what we've been told for this next bond that we're hoping to go for. So I utilized the same amount for the next bond. And then the charter allocation was 15.34% of our previous bond, Measure K, and that was based on in-district ADA. So what percentage of the students being served in the boundary of Chico Unified School District was there at the time, and that was 15.34%.
Are charter school students
Yes,
at any charter school,
yes.
right?
So that's how I came up with that estimate. So it would take 2 bonds, 2 future bonds, in order for Inspire to pay the district back for loaning them the gap dollars.
Would anything come out of the hide, so to speak, of the other charter schools if we were to, make a focused allocation to Inspire over the course of 2 bonds? Would it be a loss in any sense to the other charters in town?
Not with this estimate that I'm providing you today, since we don't know what the future bonds will look like using the assumption. The $5.5 million per future bond that I'm stating Inspire would be allocated is based on their percentage of in-district ADA from Measure K. So it would not impact any other charter allocations, but that is the assumption that we're moving forward in the same way that we did Measure K.
Thank you.
So with Measure K, there was the 34% of the Measure K funds that were portioned off to go to the charter schools. And then is it my understanding correct that then there was a charter committee that that formed among that group to then determine further how, like, did the district say how the charter schools are now going to allocate those funds amongst themselves, or did they drive that decision or that discussion?
The Chico Unified Board created the committee, the Measure K Charter Facility Committee. So they operate under you, and they have representatives from each charter school in the district that receives Measure K funds, because they didn't all get Measure K funds. So the ones that did receive Measure K funds are in this committee. And they met and they decided to allocate it the same way that the district had allocated the total fund. So they allocated the funds amongst themselves based on their in-district ADA.
So in theory, they could have chosen to allocate it differently if there was a school that had a greater need, for example. It wasn't something that was driven by a decision from this board.
Yes, I guess that is correct. They could have. They did bring their recommendation to the board, and then the board adopted their methodology.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Sorry, follow on to that. So then if it all went the same, okay, there's a lot of ifs in this, right? If we do go out for the next bond in the next election cycle, and then if we do follow the same formula as we did with Measure K, and if the numbers remained relatively, ratio-wise similar to Measure K, what was the percentage from Measure K that then Inspire got? Or I guess, when it's all, you're probably getting to this point, but when it's all kind of said and done or settled out, the money that they got from Measure K, how does that translate to what it would be with Bond X? Maybe this is a Jacqueline question.
Yeah, Julie, let me jump in. So of the 15% that was carved off was just over $23 million from Measure K. And Inspire was about 14% of that total. So barring everything's the same, then it would be about 14% again of the carve out of the $250 million.
So we take 250 million, and then 15.4% of that, I'm
Yep.
just rounding, would go to all CUSD sanctioned charter schools, and then about 14% of that pot would go to Inspire.
Correct, and just for clarification, it would be any charter school within the boundaries of Chico Unified, not necessarily
Oh.
charter schools that we authorize.
Okay, interesting, thank you.
And that number is the 5.2 million that's on the slide, yeah.
Correct. Approximately 5.5 million for bond, the next bond, and then 5.5 million for the next bond after that. Shall I continue?
Kind of an aside, but, well, that's loud today, all right. The Measure K Facilities Committee, when we created that, was that bound only to that existing previous bond measure? Will we need to recreate that organization should we pass another bond? I see Kelly.
We're basically starting the process over again. I think there are lessons learned on the district side and on the charter school side. We've only done this one time. It's worked pretty well. Has it had its challenges? Yes. So I think that we would, put our heads to the drawing board and try to make what we've already done even better on the next.
Absolutely. I'm just checking
Yes.
whether the current organization as it exists, that committee, is time-bound to the
Yes, they are
previous.
specifically Measure
Yes,
K.
thank you.
Sorry. Okay, so the other funding option that has been discussed is that the charter schools, the remaining dollars left in the Measure K account for charters, assist to fund the project. and the remaining dollar amount, which would be reduced, would be funded by the Chico Unified and then repaid through future bonds. So similar to the first, however, it would be asking that the other charters provide some funding to help in this effort. And I know Becky is here from Inspire tonight, but she did provide a report to the committee that they did speak to every charter in the district and ask them if they would be willing to do so. And although they would like to help, they have plans for their allocation, so they were unable to.
So just so that I'm understanding totally clearly, especially when reading the note at the bottom, if Inspire borrows funds from the district, implementation of the CUSD master plan projects will be impacted. So we have a chunk of money from Measure K that is earmarked beyond what we still have for current projects, correct? We've been doing this with the facilities master plan.
Right.
Right. And what you're saying is the report back from Inspire is that all the other charter schools also have Measure K funding still to spend down, and their funding is earmarked already for projects. So everybody has already predetermined what they're going to be spending their Measure K money on. And so therefore, at this time, unless anybody changes their minds, whether it's this board here or any of the charter schools, there's no Measure K funding available to try to put towards this option.
So in your first statement, you mentioned the facilities master plan. So this board has identified specific projects that we are to spend the remaining Measure K bond dollars on. Mm-hmm. We are not finished with the master plan yet. We have done some preliminary estimates on those focused projects that were identified by the board. So I can't really answer the question that you raised that it's all allocated at this time.
I guess that doesn't help with my follow-up question, which was going to be what projects or what items on our to-do list would then go by the wayside or be pushed back to a much later time if we were going to take our Measure K money to put towards Inspire's need for filling this gap.
Yeah, well, my personal answer to that question would be that we have determined over $600 million worth of need in our district schools in our master plan, both in the past and moving forward. As our buildings age, the need becomes even greater. We don't have specific projects that we have allocated with remaining Measure K dollars that are unfunded, but things do come up, and having the funds available to be able to react quickly, for instance, safety and security projects that come up, it's good to have some cushion there.
Julie, just to clarify, I think I know the answer, but I want to make sure everybody else knows the breakdown of the Measure K dollars that have not been expended. There's two types. The ones that are in the control of the charter committee that was sanctioned by Chico Unified's board. And the other pot of Measure K money is the money that we earmarked through this middle process of our facilities master plan to take care of some immediate needs. And there's about 50 million in that fund, correctly? Correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I got it.
So currently, the remaining balance actually, this isn't current, but it was as of April, there was about $8.6 million remaining in the charter allocation for Measure K. You made some approvals last week on Wednesday night that haven't been deducted from that yet.
Julie, could you speak up? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I don't know
I'm
if she's usually
sorry.
turned up or.
On the monitor, I can hear myself loud. I'll get a lot louder. Okay. Did you hear that the remaining dollar amount in the Measure K charter fund as of April was about 8.6 million? Okay.
And ours is about 50 on the CUSD side.
Yes, a little higher than 50.
And just to reiterate, that 8.6 million, well, less because of what we spent last week, the charters have indicated they have plans to spend that money down by the expiration of the Measure K time limit.
They've indicated that they have plans to spend their allocation.
In one of our recent facility master plan updates, there was one of the many action items was to determine which of our kind of smaller projects that we wanted to spend the Measure K funding on. There's a pretty extensive list, right? I don't have it at my fingertips right now, so I can't like exactly say what that is, but it would be really helpful to know basically what are we talking about possibly prolonging to be able to do. So is it making our updates at Citrus that might be chopped if we need to take some of that chunk of Measure K money and put it towards this need for Inspire? Or, you know, I guess I just need a little bit more of a tangible, like, what are the consequences of moving these funds around now, and how far off is this going to push some of these other projects for Chico Unified students?
Good question. So the board authorized for the remaining Measure K dollars for this in Citrus Elementary School improvements, our transitional kindergarten additions at schools that will need it, that aren't the schools you identified in the first prioritization, safety and security projects throughout the district, and restroom renovations also at those schools that aren't in those first prioritized, so we can bring those restrooms up to a nice standard until we get to them in the implementation plan. And also the design for those first phased projects that you identified. I'm going to say them wrong in the wrong order. Rosedale, Chapman, Parkview, Sierra View, I believe. So the design for those campuses, you authorized us to utilize those Measure K remaining dollars for, and our estimation is that those are well covered within the remaining dollars available. So I don't believe any of those projects would be impacted by this Inspired decision. What would be impacted would be any other projects that we would identify as a priority to the district.
So if something else were to come up.
Yes.
An example of something that just came up recently was the bathroom renovations at Fairview, right? Because we wanted to install a shade structure and had no idea that we were going to be impacted by the state making their observations and saying, oh, you have to fix this if you want to do that project. It's going to be another $400,000+ to do those renovations.
Yes.
So, so it would be our basically like our rainy day account, right? So these projects are covered, and we still have a buffer of I'm just gonna say this number, and it may be wrong, but we'll just say $10 million for those like things that come up that we were not anticipating necessarily of Measure K funding. But, so therefore, if we were to take that instead, that 10 million, and put it towards Inspire's project, we can do that and still do Citrus, TK additions, safety and security, restroom renovations, design for first phase campuses, but then we just won't have that pot to dip into in case we have some of these other emergent things come up sooner than later.
Yes, that's accurate, and where it would really be an issue is if we are not successful in passing a new bond, and then we don't have the funds for an eventuality of an emergency project coming up.
A probability of an emergency project coming up, right? As excuse me, as these schools are deteriorating, it would be an eventuality, yes, but even like more critically, it would be a probability of sooner than later, because some of our schools are so in need of replacement. I'm just saying it would be more time critical.
That could be correct.
Right. Sorry for the tickle in my throat. So I'm still trying to like make sure that this could require voter approval of 2 future bonds in 2024 and 2030. So that's another big if the bond passes in 2024.
If both bonds pass.
Right. We would still need a second bond in order to cover all of that $10 million. So we would have to pass 2 bonds if all of the formulas stayed the same.
Yes, that's my estimate.
Okay, so the 5.2, assuming all the numbers stay the same, would be that 5.2 million, or that 10 million we would provide up front for Inspire to be able to move forward with their project. 5.2 million would be allocated to Inspire with the 2024 bond, assuming it passes, and then reallocated back to CUSD to pay back this upfront funding that we're offering.
I don't know administratively how it would happen, but the bond dollars never leave the district. We're the ones that spend the money, sign the contracts,
Sure.
and spend all of the Measure K dollars, so it would simply not be allocated to Inspire.
But
We would
conceptually,
sweep it.
what you're saying is accurate.
Okay, I'm sure that there would be some kind of paper trail that we would track that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There'd be an agreement of a loan of bond
Yes.
dollars. And I will say, just to preface all of this, that much of this is contingent on approval of a 2024 bond.
Right.
So if, for instance, the voters don't approve a new bond in '24, then the 3 schools that we had for prioritization are not in the numbers for new bathrooms and some of the safety and security, because we had kind of assumed that those schools would be covered in a new bond. So any excess that we have could go to those 3 schools should a bond approval not be passed.
It's risky.
So if a bond does not pass, then option 2 here would require us to fund Inspire before we fund things we've prioritized?
Correct. And the payback to Chico Unified would be extended out even further.
Say that again.
The payback to Chico Unified would be extended out even further, because we wouldn't be successful in '24 for a bond approval. I would imagine as a district, given our facility master plan and the need and the hundreds of millions of dollars in need, that we would go out to the voters again, but we don't know what that date looks like.
So take Rosedale, for example, where, as we've observed, doors are falling off the hinges. Choosing option 2 here, building Inspire campus at Fremont Street, could, if bond measures fail, delay fixing Rosedale's numerous structural problems. Is that right?
Correct. We would need, $250 million to get those 3 elementaries done. So if it failed, then we'd have $0 for Rosedale to be able to do massive renovation.
Thank you.
So on that note, I think if a bond failed, staff would perhaps recommend that we come back and look at all of our assumptions about the facilities master plan in a new light. We'd probably have to start, would that be what you think we do if it failed? We'd come back and just reprioritize everything?
Well, we'd have about a year, probably a little over a year, between when we started spending the remaining bond dollars, the $50 million that's left in Measure K, before we find out whether we've been successful passing a new bond or not. So some of those dollars will be expended or committed already. But I think it would be a good assumption that we would have a good look at our position and relook at our priorities to make sure that we were putting those limited dollars then in the right places.
Thank you.
I have kind of a bigger, like, broad view question that I'm just not retaining probably from a previous presentation, and Jacqueline also probably could provide this pretty quick. But can you remind me what our funding sources are? Is it 3 different funding sources that we pull out of for facilities? Can you reiterate those?
Yes. So we have Measure E, which was the bond passed in 2012. Measure K passed in 2016. We have redevelopment dollars that are passed through from the city of Chico, and we have developer fees. We also have state school facility funds. So for every project, we submit application for matching dollars from the state. However, they do take sometimes 5 years, maybe more, to be reimbursed to the district. So even today, we have applications in place that are being processed. For instance, Emma Wilson Elementary School, we qualified for one of those TKK grants. We built Emma Wilson 4 years ago, and now we've qualified and we're going to get funded. So those dollars will continue to arrive at the district on an undetermined time frame, because we never know when the state is going to pass bonds that they fund their grants with. So we have that fund as well.
And we still have Measure E money coming in, or to spend?
We have one more bond sale of Measure E of, I want to say 45 million in 2025. Yeah, and Measure E is, as Kelly was saying, it's a tax extension, not a new general obligation bond. So it's a little bit different from Measure K. So we have a cap of the dollars per square foot of assessed value. Measure K is $100, $60 per $100,000 of assessed value of properties within the county that we can get. With Measure E, we are limited to what the taxation was at that time. I think it's approximately $42 per $100,000 of assessed value. So we have, assessed values must rise for us to be able to get the Measure K. It's a little more tricky. I mean, Measure E, sorry. Measure E is a little more math that has to occur.
Are the
assessed value rising.
We talk about, we're kind of getting in the weeds from our Inspire conversation, but it's helping me get a bigger understanding of, like, how do we pay for all this stuff? So we talk a lot about Measure K is going to be used to fund these projects as we move into the need for a new bond measure. Is Measure E, all the funds that are in that last bond sale, are those already earmarked for projects in the facilities master plan that had been done already?
They're included in the remaining 50 million.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying that for me. So it's not.
It's not an additional.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Oh, and then, sorry, that where I was going with that whole question is, just for my understanding, bond money makes up about what percentage of that pie, if you break it down, of our budget for facilities? And no other funding can be used for facilities, really. Is it a pretty big percentage or pretty big?
I would say it's about 80%.
Yeah. Okay, about 80% of the money that the district has obtained for facilities is coming from bond measures.
Correct.
Okay.
About 20% comes from state school facilities grants.
I have a
Those are the-
question.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
As far as you know, historically, have we ever in the past provided money before we've actually received it in a measure? Like, basically, have we loaned money with the idea that we weren't sure we were going to receive it back in a?
In my experience, this particular situation hasn't ever occurred. So we can go through the other two options quickly and then open it up for any additional questions on the next slide. To have Inspire continue to look for commercial property that they can utilize the funds that they've raised and their Measure K dollars to purchase a property that can be utilized. They do need a large amount of square footage for their school, and we always have our eyes open as well at the district level, looking for any potential opportunities. And that won't stop. We'll continue to keep looking.
Julie, just to clarify on that would be basically a $3 million opportunity, right? The 2.2 from Measure K that Inspire has, plus the 800 million that has been raised by Inspire.
Yes, it could potentially be more because Inspire could take on a loan as well, commercially available loan in the purchase. So they may be able to get a little higher value of property if they were willing to do so.
But then they wouldn't be able to utilize their grant.
Yes, I'm glad you brought that up. The grant dollars must be spent on a district facility.
A Chico Unified School District facility or property, right? Or is it any?
District. So I guess getting into the weeds,
Sorry.
it could be Durham Unified.
Oh, okay,
It
a
could
public,
be,
like a public school district
Yes.
property. It doesn't have to be
Yes.
Chico necessarily, okay.
Yes.
I'm not suggesting that Inspire goes to Durham, but yes.
right. But it does have to be
Clarifying.
a school site that's been approved by the California Department of Ed.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. And then the last option that the joint committee has been discussing is for Inspire and District to proceed with the Proposition 39 process. That's where the charter school sends in a request for facilities to the district by November 1st of every year. And they submit their methodology on their enrollment, their expectation of enrollment for the following school year, and negotiate with the district on the allocation of classrooms and spaces to be utilized for the following school year. And that is repeated on an annual basis.
How many charters go through the Prop 39 process with Chico Unified?
There used to be quite a few. Right now, only Sherwood Montessori School goes through the Proposition 39 process on an annual basis. We have negotiated long-term facilities use agreements in lieu of Prop 39 with Forest Ranch, Chico Country Day, Nord, and Inspire. So there are 4 long-term in lieu of Prop 39 agreements currently.
And then the rest of the charters have their own facilities and properties that they've figured out for themselves.
Yes, only Sherwood is on a shared campus through the Prop 39 process currently.
Okay, thank you.
So I did a rough estimate. Currently, Inspire occupies 26 classrooms on the Chico High School campus. And a Proposition 39 situation, you compare the square footage of Chico High School and the Chico High School enrollment, so a usage per square footage, to the enrollment of Inspire, and it creates a ratio of classroom space and specialized teaching spaces and administrative support facilities. So in my estimate, Inspire would be offered 23 classrooms under the Proposition 39 process and shared use of the multipurpose gym, library spaces, and field spaces. So those are the 4 options that the joint committee has been discussing.
Do you have any more in your presentation, Julie?
I do not.
Excuse me.
I've got
Oh, do you have questions for
Question,
me?
yeah.
Okay.
Is there a staff recommendation on these 4 options?
I don't have a staff recommendation, no.
Are there any other questions at this time?
No, I'm eager to get to the public comment. I think that's the piece we're missing, is to hear from Inspire, frankly.
So before we move into public comment, I do want to mention that something that was also discussed in the last meeting with Inspire was a timeline for board action. And so tonight's item is a discussion action item. However, there is time to come back to this in August and take final action in August if there is anything that we still need to ask or get more clarifications on. So we don't have to necessarily take action tonight on a final decision on what's going to happen with Inspire, but I just wanted to make sure everybody was really clear on that. And that did come out of the last meeting that I was in with Inspire this month. It's been a long month. It's still June. Okay. All right, well, with that, we will move to public comment. I have the list. And so I will read the name for the person to come up and also the person who's on deck. With public comment, you're limited to 3 minutes, and when you have 30 seconds left in your time, you will hear a bell. And that means that your time is running short, and please wrap it up respectfully, and then we'll move to the next speaker. And so with that, let's call up Margaret Knappen, and after that will be Becky Brown.
Hello, my name is Margaret Knappen. I've spent my high school career attending Inspire and will be a senior this upcoming fall. Inspire has shaped me as a student as well as a person through the positive impact of my teachers, peers, and educational experience. I find it imperative to speak on the importance of more permanent facilities that don't limit our incredible top-notch programs. I've been pursuing my passion for dance for the past 13 years and have experienced numerous different dance education programs. However, nothing compares to the unique inclusivity of the Inspire program, which allows all levels of dancers to flourish, from beginner to pre-professional. As the president of Dance and Choreography Club, I appreciate the importance and necessity of proper dance education facilities to keep our dancers safe and comfortable. Our dance and choreography program is housed in a space that was initially built for a 2 to 3 year duration of use. The effects of a space being used 10 years over the initial timeline is apparent. Despite constant repairs by instructors, inadequate weak spots in the floor, limited storage, and a lack of designated changing areas impair the ability to pursue our art form. Our specialized dance floor is in such disrepair in view of the fact that it cannot be permanently fixed to the floor as it would properly be because we are in a temporary space for the past 13 years. While learning as well as teaching choreography, I've had to mindfully avoid the weaker spots in the dance floor and obstructed space. A proper and secure space for our school is greatly needed to sustain our powerful and unique programs. Thank you.
Up next, we'll have Becky Brown, followed by Monique Day.
Should I hunch? I can't go after Margaret. Just raise it. Okay. Sorry, you guys. Good evening of the Chico Unified School Board. My name is Becky Brown, and I'm Principal Superintendent of Inspire. Ms. Robinson, Ms. Dalby, Kelly, Julie, and the members of the Chico Unified Facilities Committee, we know that you have been working diligently to find solutions and ensure Inspire is able to leverage the $8 million in state grant funding before time runs out. We're grateful to you for meeting with us on May 30th and for your openness and collaboration toward forward progress on our grant project. In that meeting, a proposal was developed that would provide the initial outlay out of district's Measure K funds to cover the cost of the shortfall for our new campus project on the Canyon View property, a cost to be reimbursed fully by Inspire out of future bond funds. Of the options that you have heard tonight, this is the fiscally sound option, the achievable option, the option that puts Inspire on the hook for the cost of the project and to free up space for Chico High. Doug, I'm over here. The only option that's left on the table, and here's why. Inspire stands ready to contribute the match for the $8 million grant. But I don't think that's a number that you heard tonight, so if this is not clear, I invite you to ask me for further clarification. Let's talk about the rainy day fund, and I want to encourage you to reframe that notion of the $10 million rainy day fund that does not impact the projects that you have prioritized for your schools, and to think about the cost of providing the facilities that Chico High needs if we don't take advantage of these grant funds. Our grant consultants have given us clear guidance that the design and approval process must begin in August, no later, in order to meet the deadlines or we lose that grant money. If that's not clear tonight, I urge you to seek further clarification from district staff. This option guarantees that we're off the Chico High campus, and that is a top priority of the Chico High community, and that came out in the surveys this spring. And I urge you to seek further clarification, if this is not clear, from our Chico High neighbors. A decision that results in the status quo that forces Inspire to file for Prop 39, if the impacts to district staff to do that are not clear to you, I urge you to seek further clarification about their desire to go down that path. With the help of the Chico Unified Facilities Committee and countless hours from Julie Kissel and facilities staff, we have a solution 12 years in the making tonight.
Becky, that's your time.
And on behalf of Inspire, I implore you to choose the only real option on the table.
Thank you.
Madam President, point of order. Can I ask a question of staff at this time relevant to what she was talking about? And
Sure, I have a question too, but I was going to wait until we heard all the public comment, but I'm not going to say no.
Okay, then I'll ask. We need clarity on what she just said about them needing a decision before August, a date in August, compared to what she got clarification on, where she believes that we do have time to make a decision in August, And I think I just heard Ms. Brown say that we don't have time
No,
to make a decision in
no,
August.
Ms. Brown told me that in August, we can make a final decision. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll ask my question because it's very related. That August deadline, is that only if we end up as a board or a district saying that they will not be utilizing the Canyon View property since they're already approved for Canyon View? I was confused a little bit, I think, in the presentation.
So if the decision was to go to Fremont Street, Canyon View, that design development and review and approval has already occurred. So just the portion where the expenditure, the construction completion remains the same. That end date doesn't change.
Okay, so I guess what I'm asking is the August deadline, would the August deadline be made irrelevant if we reconfirmed that this will go, that we would be moving forward with the Canyon View project?
Correct.
Okay. Up next, we'll have Monique Day, followed by Rose Krapelka. Sorry if I said your name wrong.
There we go. I am the parent of a recent Inspire graduate and an incoming freshman. My daughter had the best high school experience imaginable, and that's saying a lot considering she spent a year of it on Zoom by her choice. The staff at Inspire create a magical learning environment where teens want to be there and want to give their all. Whether it's for dance and theater, where my daughter pursued her passion and thrived, or robotics, engineering, and definitely digital arts department, there's always something going on with students and teachers working collaboratively in those buildings. My son recently spent a week at Rock Band Summer Camp Inspire offered, and even though he has 3 guitars at home, he's chomping at the bit to be on that campus, spending as many hours as possible in the music room and the recording studio. All of this is happening. This magic is happening while the school is existing in deteriorating portables on an old blacktop. It's honestly quite remarkable. In addition to being grateful for the array of offerings in the arts, I'm very grateful for the excellent education my daughter received from their highly dedicated and motivated teachers. Her courses were academically rigorous, and I credit the English department with her excellent skills that got her accepted into numerous colleges to decide between for continuing her education. I also previously had the honor of being on the Inspire Scholarship Committee and was extremely impressed with the academic achievements I saw among the many applicants. However, above academics and above starring in school musicals, I am most grateful to Inspire for the community that they create, a place where students feel seen and empowered to take leadership roles, empowered to dream big dreams for their futures, and empowered to be themselves. In our current times, where suicide's been on the rise, teen mental health awareness is at the forefront of our minds, I cannot express enough how important a safe and supportive environment has been for my daughter and how much I value that will be there for my son. My daughter always had friends in elementary and middle school, but it wasn't until she came home to Inspire where she found people to truly connect with through their shared passions and had her first best friend and a group of close friends she'll stay connected to for life. I have loved every minute that my children have been part of this school, and the only thing that could make it better is a real home. A home that it has its own identity, room to grow, awnings to provide shelter from the elements, and a beautiful exterior that matches the extraordinary things happening on the interior. Just because Inspire teachers and students have the ability to make do with less doesn't mean that they should continue to be required to. And I acknowledge this is a complex problem without easy answers. However, my children and all the students deserve the time, money, and creativity needed to come together to be invested in finding a solution. Thank you so much for your time.
Up next is Rose Krapelka, followed by Brian Boyer.
Start it when I say something. Good evening, Chico Unified Board. I'm speaking tonight as a supporter of Chico Unified and of Inspire. I've been through the whole school system. My kids have been through the school system. I have a son that attended Inspire, and I don't have any, I'll say, bone to pick of either side. I just want to make sure that as a concerned citizen and taxpayer that you guys get all the information you need to make a good decision. I've been increasingly involved in the Inspire Campus project and done a lot of investigation and research on deadlines and funding, and I've been looking for that win-win option that the district wins and Inspire wins, and I believe the proposal on the table can achieve that. I'm serving currently as the chair of the Inspire Foundation, hoping to assist gathering funds for the campus projects along with ongoing school projects. I've outlined a few points to consider in making your decision on the Canyon View proposal, which is currently being discussed. Number one, this proposal will keep some Chico Unified money off the table in the short term, but it puts Inspire on the hook to cover all of the money to move off the Chico High campus. That to me is a win-win for Chico Unified and Inspire. Number two, the timing is very critical in order to receive the $8 million of funding from the state. Both Chico and Inspire win. State monies don't come from either of those budgets, of the local budgets. Number three, the only other option this time would force Inspire to file for Prop 39, which we have heard is not a positive thing, if the district can't agree on a viable plan for the CSFP grant. That keeps Inspire on the Chico High campus in perpetuity. If this happens, the district is on the hook and it is going to need to provide ongoing equivalent facilities as the other high schools, and which is about 80% in-district students. Inspire would only have to continue to pay for 20% of the students attending. Chico Unified would still be responsible for housing those 80% as indicated in the charter. Prop 39 alternative will continue to cost the Chico Unified money for the long term, and it would definitely hold up the Chico High school goals outlined in the master plan. To me, that's a Chico Unified and Inspire loss. This also incentivizes Inspire to help Chico Unified secure future bond monies. If future bond monies are secured, the district is got a positive and Inspire has a win. I believe your support and short-term cash needed will benefit both Chico Unified and Inspire in the long term and allow Inspire not to have to depend on the district for assistance in the long term. Inspire has already invested over $750,000 in architects and planning for this project. We've raised an additional $250,000 so far, even without a clear project. In addition, both Inspire and Chico ID,
Rose.
that's fine.
I'm sorry. Next is Brian Boyer, followed by Ken Hardy.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. I'm speaking to you in my capacity as a member of the Board of Directors for the Inspire School of Arts and Sciences. Prior to serving on the Inspire Board, I spent 30 years working at Chico High, 20 years as a classroom teacher, 10 as an assistant principal. At the beginning of one of those school years at Chico High, when I was an assistant principal, I attended a CUSD-sponsored workshop. It was based on the 7 habits of highly effective people. Now, no, it was not a life-changing event. However, one of those habits resonated with me. Begin with the end in mind. Tonight, the end we need to keep in mind is that at some point, Inspire needs to get off the Chico High campus. So working back from there, I wonder 3 things. I wonder about location, I wonder about funding, and I wonder about timing. About location. In order to meet the restrictions and timelines of grant funding and to qualify for a loan, Inspire needs a site that is on the CUSD property and available right now. The Fremont Street location is available right now. All planning and agency approvals are already in place. What about funding? Our most recent estimates project an approximate $10 million gap between available funding and project needs. 2 thoughts come to mind about this. First, the estimate we're working with was done during a spike in construction costs. I wonder if costs have since gone down. Second, I also wonder about remaining Measure K funds after board prioritized projects have already been completed. If CUSD were in a position to use those funds to close the gap, and based on the passage of future bond measures, Inspire would be in a position to repay this gap relief provided by CUSD. In this scenario, Inspire is still responsible for the cost of the project. It's just a cost spread out over time. So then what about timing? Right now is as cheap as this project is ever going to get. In 2011, the projected cost for Inspire's move to Chapman was $9 million. This current move to the Fremont Street is estimated at $27 million. Leaving Inspire on the Chico High campus for any number of years will surely put the cost at an even higher and more challenging level. So, to wrap up, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and also point out that after many years of hard work by both Chico Unified and Inspire staffs, we finally have a viable path forward. The Fremont Street relocation represents an achievable and mutually beneficial end to Inspire's relocation. Thank you.
Hold on one second, don't start yet. Next, we have Ken Hardy, followed by Maya Klein. Sorry, I was in my head.
Good evening. I want to share some information about Inspire that you may not know. As Associate Principal of Inspire, I give tours to prospective students and families, and always begin by acknowledging that their student is fortunate to have choices on where to go to high school here in Chico. PV, Chico High, Oak Ridge, Butte Core, and Inspire are just some of those choices. I also tell them that I have over 23 years of high school teaching and coaching experience, 6 years in San Jose, 17 with Gridley High School. I also mention my experience as a WASC committee member, where I conducted visits to roughly half a dozen other high schools. I tell visitors, if there's one word that sets Inspire apart from all the other schools, that word would be different. Some of our teachers tell me that I should say Inspire is better, but I wouldn't use that word. My kids attended Chico High. They went on to graduate from 4-year colleges and are gainfully employed in their fields of study. So I wouldn't say Inspire is better. What makes us different, I tell them, is first, it's our facilities. We don't have a gym, we don't have a locker room, a library, theater, tennis courts, playing fields, and until recently, we didn't have opportunities for students to participate in sports. We now offer cross-country running, skiing, and snowboarding, and golf. Second, it's our programs. I take visitors through various rooms, which, as you know, are almost all outdated, portable or modular buildings, including the art room, where we have 10 pottery wheels and 2 kilns. We move on to our music room, where students have access to a wide selection of electronic and acoustic guitars, basses, drums, and pianos, and to our digital media arts room, where we display our state and national Skills USA champion banners. I show them our science labs, our digital recording studio, and our dance room, where students can choose to take dance PE to satisfy their state PE requirements. At some point in the tour, I talk about our practicum, where students, juniors, and seniors usually can pursue a semester project in an area of interest that they have worked closely with our teachers to cultivate during their first few years at Inspire. I also tell visitors that we put up a drama and a musical each year. Last year, we ran The Importance of Being Earnest and Mamma Mia, which had over 100 participants. 40 were on the stage while the rest worked behind the scenes. Students design and build the sets, do the hair, wigs, makeup, costumes, design and run the lighting, manage the stage during the production, manage the props and body microphones, and manage the front of house. And in my 4 years at Inspire, 2 of our shows and 1 student have been nominated for the Rita Moreno High School Music Awards. This is a program that's open to all high schools north of Santa Barbara to the Oregon border. I'd like to invite you to visit the Inspire campus, and so you can see firsthand what we offer Chico area students. And at some point during the tour, like many parents and guardians who have toured the campus, you might turn to me and say, gosh, I wish I had gone to this high school. Thank you for your time.
We have Maya Klein, followed by Chris Fosin.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity for speaking tonight. My name is Maya Klein, and I am a recently graduated student from Inspire High School. I graduated with a double major in humanities and technical theater and was involved in both subjects throughout all 4 years of my time there. I'll be attending Cal Berkeley in the fall, and I would like to impart on you the extent to which Inspire helped me achieve this goal. Each year, I had teachers who endlessly supported my passions and presented me with opportunities to allow them to grow. Perhaps the most impressive element of Inspire is that they are able to have this profound impact on students while teaching completely out of a campus of portables. I arrived at Inspire in 2019. Besides its academic and creative offerings, one of the factors in choosing Inspire was the promise to be on a new campus by what would be my senior year. However, as the years stretched on, it became clear due to factors outlined here last month and tonight by our community speakers that being on a new campus by my senior year would be unrealistic. All students have a right to resources which should nurture them into adulthood and spark excitement for education. Inspire students have been deprived of this right for too long, and its teachers have been forced to pick up the slack. It is testament to Inspire's extraordinary power that despite all odds, its teachers are still able to support each individual student. Not only does the community succeed as academic students, but we also succeed as individuals who love our passions. We are active and valuable members within the Butte community and deserve to be treated as such. The frustrating reality of such a limited and debilitated campus is that we have been forced to produce some of the most creative and impressive solutions to issues which we wouldn't need to think twice about at a new school. The Tetris of costume racks in our tiny theater department is notable, and the steadfast fundraising efforts on the part of student groups, such as our environmental club, to create on-campus action against issues such as plastic pollution is inspiring. What could we do with the campus that we deserve? Although I never had the opportunity to be an Inspire student on a campus which was on par with the quality of its student body, I sincerely hope that my younger peers will. The board has the opportunity to present Inspire students with the resources to become great scientists, engineers, artists, musicians, and people, and I implore you to act on this ability. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. Good evening. My name is Chris Fosen, and I'm an Inspire board member and also a parent of 2 kids at Inspire, one of whom just graduated. I'd like to talk briefly about Inspire's facilities needs and encourage you all to vote for option 2, which would allow Inspire to begin building a canyon view. As shown in the recent facilities master plan presented to this board, the entire Inspire campus is classified as in the red. This means the school has inadequate classroom environments and program space, and that we're vastly undersized relative to our school needs. This has led to a situation in which even basic accessibility renovations, among other badly needed fixes, are currently impossible. The majority of Inspire's classrooms and administrative spaces are housed in portable buildings that are over 30 years old. Some portables have rats and are housed, and others have feral cats living underneath. I've been told not to mention the birds that have made nests in the eaves and swoop down and dive bomb the students as they go from class to class. The school has almost no common places one would see at a normal high school: no theater, no library, no cafeteria or kitchen, no sports facilities or fields, and perhaps most crucially, no meeting space large enough for whole school gatherings. Yet despite these huge challenges, Inspire has a thriving community that provides excellent instruction to almost 400 young adults. Inspire is an outstanding school that has won awards like the #1 high school in Chico from U.S. News and World Report, and Best Public High School in Butte County from Niche. It's been deemed a California Exemplary Arts Education Program and has won accolades in the arts from regional, state, and national bodies, and has also collected a number of awards in the sciences, the most recent being a VEX Robotics Award. Our most recent graduation showed how tight-knit our families are and how a caring and responsible program like Inspire's can flourish in the cracks and interstices of its crumbling infrastructure. Option 2 seems like the best option by far for both Inspire and the district. Freeing up some funds as loans to Inspire would enable the school to use already approved building grants to begin the construction and eventually free up space for Chico High. Please, please vote to support Inspire's young adults, its community, and its continued growth by voting for a new site for Inspire. Thank you.
That's all the public comment that we had signed up for this item. Before I call for any sort of motion. I would like to encourage any further questions for clarification from staff.
I have a question of you, Julie Kissel. We talked a few weeks ago about the possibility of, the fact that we have more school facilities in the center of town than we actually have students to fill them. Our attention was specifically drawn to Hooker Oak School, and the idea was presented that we basically put Inspire in the Hooker Oak campus, and that motion failed on a 2-3 vote. So is there any conceivable way that could be resurrected as an option? I mean, if the board were to reverse its opinion about that and decide that Hooker Oak would be a more cost-effective, sensible home for Inspire, how would that proceed?
I think I'll defer that to Kelly.
Thank you. It would need to come back from one of the board members who voted in opposition. So for those that voted in favor of the what got voted down, you cannot bring it back forward, but one of the other 3 board members could.
Thank you very much.
Caitlin? I have a question, and I don't know who to ask it of since the...
Whoever has the answer.
Huh?
Whoever has the answer.
Whoever has the answer. Okay. Back in the years when I was on the Inspire board as the representative from Chico Unified, there was discussion about raising the funds for a new campus. I mean, this isn't a new idea or need. And several of the ideas that were thrown out were to go to deep pocket philanthropists like Bill and Melinda Gates, Ellen DeGeneres, Oprah, some like Google in the Silicon Valley. I wonder if any of those approaches were ever made. Come up to the microphone.
I'm the current chair of the foundation, and that's kind of my role, is to try to raise money. There have been a couple things that have been recognized. Number one, yes, we're doing great things. You can write Google a letter. I don't have Sergey as my personal friend or anything. But the reality is, we don't have a defined project. We have to be able to ask people for something we're going to do. That's been a problem with, I mean, we've raised just out of community members $250,000 so far. But that is only because the community supports this cause, but it's not, we need a defined project. We either know we're going to move to Hooker Oak, we need to know we're going to move to Fremont Street, because you have to tell people what they're giving you money for. And once that's more defined, by all means, we can continue down that path. We did hire a director at one point that indicated he was going to lead us to Silicon Valley money, and that did not pan out so well. So.
I'm a little confused because in my understanding, you do have a project that's gone through full approval, that has board approval to utilize the Canyon View property. Like, there has been nothing to stop that process from happening. So
Yes.
going out to, unless I'm incorrect or misinformed, going out to ask for funds from other entities, that shouldn't be an issue, since you do have plans, they have been approved, you do have a site, it's all been approved. It should be ready to go.
That's a good point. The kickoff for the fundraising, and I wasn't here then, had started in March of 2020, so that might have a little impact on it as well. So we have no qualms about going out and asking for that money, but we need to say, okay, are we building this campus? Are we not building this campus? And basically what you're saying is you're building this campus if you can get the money. And so the range was so far off that, I mean, if we could go out to Google and the district did forward the money, we could pay you back early. I mean, there can be something included like that. But it is very hard to get those huge corporations to open, who are laying off tens of thousands of employees right now to work in the philanthropy option.
Thank you for clarifying.
On a somewhat similar note, first of all, I want to acknowledge the lottery ticket nature of, pinning any hopes on an angel investor of some sort. And secondly, I do sincerely hope that Inspire, and I believe you will, continue to work on the fundraising angle should we adopt option 2. My actual question, though, is for Doug. I hate to put you on the spot, because I know you're kind of squeezed between a couple different groups here. Which option do you like best?
So, to be honest here, you're in a paradox. You're right where I am, right? I'm reflecting on a couple things. It'd be easy for me to, I thought there was a question when Becky asked me to come up here, but first of all, everyone's doing unbelievable educational things with students. I don't think that's the issue. It's just everybody needs support at their sites. I would just, if I was thinking about this issue, I would really want to think about as many options as I could, because oftentimes as a principal, you have to think about the people that don't have organized groups to come and speak or can't speak for themselves. And that would be the other charter schools. That would also be the money going to other principals that aren't here, that are waiting or watching at home to see that if a decision is made, as you've mentioned earlier, what does that mean for my project? Does that mean that I can't redo the bathrooms? And for me, it's kind of like robbing Peter to pay Paul at Chico High School, because if you give the money to get them off my high school, which I'm supposed to be happy about, because it'll allow me to further the master plan, it also takes some money away from me completing that master plan. So that's why I think I'm being really honest, where you're sitting in a paradoxical position right now, and hopefully when you think about this, you might come up with revisiting other options that you would know about that I don't know about, and not tying Chico High or Inspire with each other, but you keep as many options open as are available. I know that's not an answer for you, but I think this is a very complex issue. And I think as a board, you should be thinking like you always are about the immediate impact, which is going to affect Inspire, the immediate impact, which will affect Chico High, but there is a 5 and a 10 and a 12 and potentially a 40-year impact. And also a philosophical impact on, is there an additional burden for public entities to be efficient with organizing their funds, and shouldn't that also be placed on charter schools to work together to prioritize their funds? So these are the questions I know that you're struggling with, and I don't know if I helped you in this, and I'm not going to pick one of those because I'm not a board member, and also being on public display, it puts me in an awkward position because I want to support educating all students in Chico. We will work with Inspire whether they're on our campus or not on our campus, and I will be asking Kelly and you for funds over other principals, whether or not you decide which option there is or not. But I want to make sure that I don't take my time at the podium to impose my own personal will in this situation. And I would just wish that you would think about all, you do represent not only charter schools, but all the other schools in Chico Unified as well. I don't know if that clarifies it or makes it not as distinct.
It puts us right back where we were, but I do want to say I always appreciate your willingness to state things as they are in an unvarnished and truthful way, and I really do appreciate about you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Oh, not of you.
Thank you.
Since we asked Mr. Williams, I think it would also be helpful to get Becky Brown's perspective on if we were to, or if it was a possibility to resurrect the option of Hooker Oak. Would she prefer Hooker Oak versus the Canyon View?
Really, Rebecca? Doug, did you want to come back up and? My brain is spinning trying to answer that in a diplomatic way, and I don't know how to do that. I don't feel comfortable in the least speaking to a topic where I know, so my kids went to Hooker Oak. And so it's deep in our hearts. They had an amazing experience there. And I wouldn't want to say anything that would put that community at risk. Hooker Oak, when it was, we sort of got that surprise option in the board meeting. It would be a viable option for us. I'll just say that it would be a viable option for us. That was taken off the table, and we're sort of down to the bare bones here in terms of the decisions that the board can make. I feel like that's kind of all I can say at this time. Does that make sense? Thank you.
Okay, well, it sounds like we have as much information as we can get for now. Are there any actions that anybody on the board would like to take this evening on this topic?
Yeah.
Okay.
People have stated repeatedly how tricky this situation is. And I think some of that is on us as a board and a district, both past and present. It's frustrating that we're here, I'll be honest. We have more needs than we have space or funds, and that's never unusual for a school district, but it's frustrating to have it be this stark. That said, I would want to have Julie and Jacqueline, if we pass Measure 2, sit down and really hammer out some details to protect the district as fully financially as possible, and to, outside of that, first of all, I'm going to move eventually when I get done speaking for option 2. That said, one of the things we really need to do is start building a coalition of people who will really go out and help us sell a bond in a year, 18 months from now. So I sincerely hope that the creative talents and energy that we know exist at Inspire, Measure M the musical, I'm here for it. I'm only half joking, that would be amazing. That said, there are a lot of moving pieces. I would feel more comfortable if we are going to go with option 2, if we did it now so that we have all the time between now and August to really nail down something in terms of a financial and use agreement that, again, protects us and makes sure everyone knows exactly what their parts are. Given all that, I would like to move that we adopt what is option 2 here and temporarily front the money needed to create more space. I think more space for students is better. I think we're going to develop Canyon View at some point, and we might as well get it started now when it serves a really clear and immediate need.
Can I ask a question of clarification? Did you want to specify an up to dollar amount?
I believe, I'm going to have to go back and review the notes here, that there is maybe Julie just has it off the top of her head, that was mentioned in the gap fund need in the presentation. Was it 10 point something? 10. 10? Up to 10. Okay. In that case, yeah, let's say option 2, up to $10 million.
Member Landau, do you specifically have what funds you want to designate to meet that $8 to $10 million gap in order to start the project at Canyon View?
So as I am again looking at option 2 that was presented to us.
Can we put that back up on the screen, please? That slide. Thank you.
I suppose it doesn't mention that, I apologize. As we discussed, I think that money would come out of our remaining Measure K funds from the Chico Unified side. So yeah, if you want to specify that within the motion, we can certainly do that.
Okay, so the motion is to adopt option 2
For a maximum of 10 million.
for a maximum of 10
Being
million.
pulled from Chico Unified's existing Measure K reserve that is not within the allocation already headed to the charter schools.
And to be reimbursed essentially.
Yes, to be reimbursed over,
The next two.
I don't want to say over the next 2 bonds. We maybe set a time limit instead, because again, there's always the option that the possibility those next 2 bonds, one of them doesn't go through. And I also don't know if this is all too into the weeds to do before we have a,
Second.
yeah. I'll leave that procedurally to you.
I'm gonna second.
Thanks.
Yeah. Well, I seconded it, so now we can just ask questions and
Yeah.
discuss.
Sorry. Member Lando, you said something about the allocations for charter schools. So you are intending that proposal to have Inspire use their allocation from the approved bond?
No. Well, one, yes. The money they have left, for sure. My point in saying that was to make sure that we are not spending the money that would otherwise go to the other charter schools.
Our Measure K.
Yes, our Measure K money, not
Oh.
the 15% that is allocated to the charter school community.
Okay, let me walk through that again so I'm certain, because the current allocation to the charter schools is off the table. That's not what you're
Yes,
intending. So what you're intending is, with the passage of a bond, Inspire's allocation following the last pattern would be 14.9%. And that would be what they would make their first balloon payment with, basically.
yes. Oh, no, did I misunderstand what she was saying? All right, Kelly, what do you got?
Well, that wasn't what I heard. I thought, I heard you say pay the 10 million, but then we need to figure out how that looks to ensure that the district is reimbursed.
Yes. And unless someone has a secret, paperwork already written up.
I was gonna say, could we ask for that portion to be brought back to us? And that doesn't necessarily require an August deadline. If we, as a board, were to approve option 2 tonight, that gives clear indication that this project's moving forward sooner than later, and everybody can start figuring out how we're putting it all in the pot, so to speak.
Yes, but I do think everybody needs to be real clear. So for example, let's say a bond doesn't pass, is Inspire still required to pay that money back? And if so, how do they do that? I mean, that's, anytime any of us get a loan, we have to think that through.
Right.
How are we going to repay that?
And my hangup is that I don't know if I have enough understanding of all of the nuances.
Agree.
To be able to put that all in a motion right now. Did you want to add, Jacqueline?
And I just had a quick comment on that, and we would need board direction on what is payback. Is it dollar for dollar? Is there an inflationary factor? Because $5 or $10 million today is not $5 or $10 million in 2030. And to Kelly's point, if a bond doesn't pass, is Chico Unified just waiting for a next bond when and if it gets approved? Or is there some sort of, interim payback period? And what is the payback dollar-wise?
I have a motion.
You have a second motion? A second
I
motion?
have a
Okay.
well,
It's a second motion.
it's a
Substitute
second
second
motion,
is the
and
same.
my motion is to table action on Mr. Landau's motion tonight until the August 3rd? Is it August 3rd, our next meeting? It's a workshop meeting, but
Oh, it's, yes, third
It's
week of
20,
August.
August 20th?
23rd.
And that that the expectation is that all of the information that we have asked of staff will be brought to us at that time, so we know for sure what we're doing when we do it.
I'll second that.
So what I want to know is if we can do a little bit of both. Is there a way we can word tonight's motion to indicate clearly that this board is approving moving forward with the idea of option 2, so that that August deadline isn't weighing on everybody, and then bring back the numbers more specifically for approval in August?
I wouldn't be in favor of that.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
I mean, I think what I'm trying to say is, like, never mind, let me think it through and tell you what I'm thinking.
If I could chime in on that, I think it's clear what our intention is. In the discussion we've had, the motion that was made, the second that was made, and discussion, I am hesitant to do anything beyond that until we actually have a majority commitment to do it. And I don't think we can make the majority commitment in a vote to do it until we have the numbers. So I'm not bothered by not voting on it tonight.
Do we have any comments from staff too, or any input that staff would like to give? Or not, you could say no.
Well, I do think it would be good for everyone to be very clear what we're voting on, and I don't see us coming back with, here's the answer. It would need to be options. Is it, we're going to just give 10 million in the story? Is it going to be 10 million with a requirement that it be repaid regardless? Is it 10 million with a time frame? Is it 10 million with a percentage interest, for lack of a better word, on it? So I think those would have to be options that we would need to calculate out and bring back so the board does know exactly what you're voting on.
So, sorry, may I?
No, yeah, please.
I think we're on the same page. Well, many of us, but saying kind of different things. So I would like there to be some kind of motion on the table that says, in spirit, we are all, or we are as a board, looking for a way to go forward with option 2. But we need to have time, because I don't think we're going to hammer out, a contract right here in public. That doesn't make a lot of sense to try and do that in the next 2 hours. So we just need to find a way to word a motion that says, yes, mostly.
Isn't that called a consensus?
Well, right now, we would have to either have you pull your motion to table, or vote on it.
Is voting on a consensus an appropriate motion?
Well, that would be first time for me.
It would be a sort of.
No, you would just make your statement as a motion, and then if there's indeed consensus, then people would agree with it.
Yeah, we would just vote on it.
Well, I think I have to take the motion to table off the table with the permission of the person that seconded it.
You don't need permission to take it off the table.
Okay. That sounds like a good way to take care of business. Does anyone want to do that consensus motion?
I think that was the intent of my original. So let me see if I can word it in a way that makes more people happy again. I move that we, as a board, agree that there is, agree to allocate the 10 million to this project, given that at our next meeting, we are provided with conditions and options that are, to which we are amenable. Does that, you need more specificity than that?
If you take the word agree out of there about the 10 million, I'm all for it.
We disagree about 10 million?
No, we just don't agree on how and when because of all the information we're waiting for.
Yes, up to 10 million.
Right?
Okay.
Pending?
I'm not clear what you're getting here, I apologize.
Semantics.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what would you, so what would you like it to say? I'm happy to hear different wording.
I move that the board affirm through a vote of consensus.
It doesn't have to be consensus. Sorry. Sorry for interrupting you.
To move forward with allocating the $10 million pending receipt of the financial implication information we have requested for the August 20th meeting? 23rd, August 23rd meeting.
Staff, do you feel like that's clear?
I think I understand the intent, and it does seem to me that the intent is to bring back options to fund the 10 million. And so, I mean, maybe that's what we say. Maybe it is simple as direct staff to return at the August 23rd board meeting with options for funding the 10 million.
Okay.
That's why we pay her 6 months. That means what Superintendent Staley just stated is my intent as well.
Adopting that language, are we all happy-ish with that motion?
I think I'm going to withdraw my motion because,
You have a motion?
no.
Oh.
But I mean, sorry, I withdraw my second. Yeah, because I have,
She already took that off the table anyway.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
The current motion is my original motion with changing the words, and I believe Caitlin seconded that one.
yes.
And I'll second Mr. Landau's motion.
Which, all right, I think we're just going to move forward with a vote at this
Thanks.
point. Mr. Landau, let's do a voice vote.
Actually, we have
Oh,
comments, right?
Sorry,
By all means.
further
I-
discussion, sorry.
discussion, yeah.
This feels like we've been doing lots of discussion. I kind of got lost track of that. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Mr. Tennis.
Okay. I have some explanation.
Here, great, please speak.
As to my no vote on this item. I believe that Inspire is a special place. I have had the pleasure of touring it with my friend Ken, and I think that it is totally unique. I think that Inspire occupies a singular place in the fabric of Chico's academic scene, especially as it applies to high school. I would proudly and happily send one of my 4 kids to Inspire if it seemed like it would be a good fit for them. And since I only have one child who's as yet of high school age, we haven't run the gamut yet, and so it remains to be seen if one of them does indeed go to Inspire. But I also have had the experience of touring all but 2 of Chico Unified's grade schools. And I've seen all the leaky roofs and all the dingy, rundown bathrooms, staff bathrooms, student bathrooms, and I have seen all those inadequate facilities. As aforementioned, I've seen doors falling off the hinges at Rosedale School, which is a dual immersion school, as most of you probably know, Spanish language immersion. I've seen Chapman School, which is in the poorest neighborhood of Chico, which has numerous portable storage facilities for a lot of their equipment is in storage facilities. There are bats. I've seen evidence of bats living in attic spaces. I have seen roof tiles fallen through and students endangered conceivably, although I think that our staff does a good job protecting kids to the best of their ability. And I've spoken to a lot of parents, especially moms who have, as it happens, spend a lot of volunteer time at these locations and have been happy to see me there. And so that they themselves personally, mom volunteers, could take me around these grade schools where their kids are studying to show me all the problems that there are at their schools. And I personally am unable to prioritize, the immediate needs of Inspire for a campus of their own in front of all those kids and in front of all those moms. Just because they're not here crowding this room right now doesn't mean that they're not there. It's just not their night to be here. And so I can't be persuaded to prioritize the needs of Inspire High School, one charter school, in the event that we do fail in our efforts to get these two bond measures that it would take to pay back Chico Unified and restore that ability to fund those other needs that are out there. So I think that the courageous thing to do would be to take one of our existing facilities that we own and that we maintain here in Chico Unified that we don't actually need to meet our students' needs, and gift Inspire one of those facilities. And if we were being fiscally responsible, we would not commit this $27 million to build new at a time when it's the worst time to build in memory. So what we should do is take one of the facilities that are in the center of town that we don't need because we don't have students there, and gift it to Inspire, giving them a place to spend that $8 million that is hanging in the balance and everything else. They would bring restoration and life to a dilapidated facility that's on our books, taking it off of our books, and it would just solve so many problems. But what it really goes back to for me is the needs of those families and those kids and all the volunteer parents. So
We have about 400 students at Hooker Oak, is that right? 350? 300. We don't have any school facilities that don't have students.
no, you can see the vacancies. I mean, we saw it.
No.
We saw all the excess capacity in the middle of town, and we saw
How many empty classrooms do we have right now?
presented that we don't have capacity
No.
on the outskirts of town where the development is.
Oh, you're talking about on the map, on the heat map.
What?
You're talking about on the heat map, like where facilities are on the Chico map.
It is very clear, and Leonakis, our highly paid consultants, totally agree with me that where we need capacity as a school district is on the outskirts of town, where the
Yes.
development is. We don't need it in the center of town, and that's why Leonakis
Yes.
recommended
And
that we
conceptually,
turn
you're not
Hooker Oak
wrong.
over to Inspire.
And I agree with you conceptually, until we heard some pretty compelling testimony from the school that was on the chopping block to upheave their program months ago. And until you have one of the board members who voted that decision to want to revisit that decision and possibly flip their vote, it's not an option to revisit.
Well, I think that's very irresponsible of you, and, you're free to have that opinion.
That's fine.
So before we get any more grumpy, I just want to really quick clarify. Julie, you said earlier that we had some cushion and some of the fixes that need to be done can still be done. And we're not directly, and I recognize that there is limited amount of funding, and there are multiple things we need to do. But my understanding is that a lot of those immediate needs, like the bathrooms that we talked about fixing up, can still be done if we move this, to allocate this 10 million this way tonight.
I'm going to jump in here just for a moment in that I'm going to save Julie because we haven't completed the facility master plan yet. So I don't think that at this point, and correct me if I'm wrong, Julie, I don't think that we can give firm costs for what all of those things are that the board has asked be done. I was just, McManus, I think we're pretty close on. We know that one because that's in the works. But we haven't decided what we're doing with Citrus yet, much less how much that's going to cost. The safety projects, we haven't decided what those are going to be, much less how they're going to cost. So I think it's unfair to ask Julie, what's that dollar figure?
And I'm not asking for a specific dollar figure. I just am honestly just trying to recall to make sure that my recollection of what was said earlier was correct, that we have a little bit of a cushion remaining in terms of rough estimates. Is that what I heard earlier today? And again, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, Julie.
Right.
I understand that these are all estimates at this point.
Correct. And Kelly is correct that we are still in the thick of cost estimating for our prioritized projects. And that plan will come back to the board in September. At that time, those numbers will be solid.
Thank you.
Just discussion here. As I stated when we were talking about the option with Hooker Oak, I mean, I believe we made a commitment to the Inspire School, and that's why I was in favor of what seemed like the responsible option that Julie presented for Hooker Oak. So I'm going to go on record and saying I think that remains the most financially responsible option. I don't typically support ideas that are spending money that we haven't actually secured in two different ways. So it's not even one measure, but requires two successful measures. That feels uncertain, and I think everybody would agree with that from a financial standpoint. I'm still actually not clear how I'm going to vote here because I'm someone who stands by commitments, and I feel like we did make a commitment to this community, and so it feels not right to back out of that or provide a feasible option. So I'm super torn on this, and I think, I guess I still would love to revisit the previous option if one other board member would consider that.
I agree with that in part. I don't love any of these options, and I totally agree that spending future money is both really uncomfortable and not a good precedent set for us. That said, it does in the end remain Chico Unified money, and we will find a use for these facilities. This money, no, where we choose to put it, is going to serve Chico students. And while it is really uncomfortable to be spending money saying, we'll get it back at some point, I do think that we have a pretty good commitment from Inspire, and we'll bring back some good language in August about how we can protect ourselves in the event of not getting a bond. And I think it is to everyone's benefit to figure out a long-term solution for Inspire. And it's bringing up the ghost of past decisions. It doesn't serve a lot of purpose, and also, I mean, can you imagine? I mean, I can't. I just can't imagine going back out of nowhere with no warning to tell Hooker, okay, hey, just kidding. I mean, it doesn't seem feasible. Plus, I disagree with a lot of the tenets behind that idea that we have to right size in that particular regard. At any rate, man, I petered out there. Sorry, guys, no concluding statement. I'm done.
Oh, I was not ready for that. I did not get to give a point of discussion, so I'd like to have my piece. Thank you. So I definitely have the same reservations as every board member here has mentioned. Some of the same reservations as Mr. Tennyson and Mr. Lando and Ms. Conkin and Ms. Robinson. My my thoughts coming into this were that it would be more comfortable to me, slightly more fiscally responsible, not as to the extent that you are looking for. If we were to commit to what could be repaid in one bond cycle, it would feel less risky to me. That being said, then there would have to be a very concerted effort to go out to all those other funding sources, which could be the charter community, it could be philanthropic entities, but Inspire would have to go and say, all right, we have this other $5 million to now fill the gap in other charter schools. Could we allocate the next bond measure based on need rather than straight ADA numbers? And maybe the charter schools can figure out how to have a more equity-driven allocation rather than just, student by student allocation. Inspire has a greater need than some of the other charter schools do, so therefore shouldn't they have a potentially greater share of that pot of money? These are just the questions I've been asking myself, kind of leading into this conversation. Originally I had been thinking more about trying to see if there was an ability to go that direction, how to build into an action item, how to build into a motion words that did talk about inflationary equivalency for the future, possibly interest if that doesn't start to get paid back by a certain year, and possibly as Rose mentioned, maybe they do pay it back sooner than the full 2 bond cycles, and we somehow write that into an agreement. All of those things are very complex, and I know we've already said we can't make that full decision tonight. So anyway, I just kind of wanted to put out in the universe the things that have been floating in my head lately too, because I do have that same trepidation, because it does feel risky to commit to 2 potential bond cycles, assuming that those bonds are successful. It's risky. So I just, wanted to be able to get that out there.
Point of order. As clerk, I'd like to request that the secretary read the motion.
Do you want me to restate what I said?
All right, so the original motion on the floor was made by Board Member Lando, move to adopt option number 2 and temporarily front the money needed to create more space up to $10 million and be reimbursed, seconded by Dalby, and later clarified to direct staff to return to the August 23rd board meeting with the option to fund the $10 million, which was a friendly amendment to the original motion on the floor.
So it amounts to staff will come here and present options for funding the $10 million.
Correct.
So is this a decision to grant Inspire $10 million that we're voting on right now? Or to forward or front, shall we say, Inspire $10 million?
I think the intent in the motion, if I understood Mr. Lando correctly, is that the board is in consensus that that's what they want to do, but before making that decision, they want specific information. So direct staff to bring forward to the board options for funding the $10 million.
So
To further the project at Canyon View.
this motion is to direct staff to bring options for funding the $10 million.
Correct.
But to be clear, we are not funding the $10 million at this moment. Is that correct, Madam Superintendent?
Well, I think that's a question the board needs to answer. The way I phrased it, we would be bringing you the information you needed in order to then vote at the August 23rd meeting.
Okay, well, as clerk, I will say that in order for me to sign this thing, it will need to be abundantly clear whether we are or are not at this moment allocating $10 million to Inspire. I will not sign a nebulous document that maybe is us allocating $10 million or maybe not. Are we directing staff to bring options, or are we actually funding Canyon View?
My understanding is that Mr. Lando's motion is to approve up to the $10 million to be fronted for Inspire, and that staff would be coming back in August with options for the conditions around how that will then be repaid and how it will be paid out and repaid.
That wasn't my understanding, but the board needs to make clear what their intent was. My understanding is we would be bringing it back so you knew what you were voting for, and so Inspire knew the obligations that we were voting for.
So if I may, my intent with the motion is, I just couldn't think of the words at the time, an agreement in principle, that we recognize that the end result we want to sign off on allocates up to $10 million to the development of the Fremont site with the intention that it will be used by Inspire. So that's the agreement in principle, and then we want to see exactly what those numbers look like to sign off on.
It would seem that Inspire would want to know those conditions too.
Yeah, that's, again, part of the reason why I think we need, between now and the August meeting, to make sure that everybody.
It sounds like what I need clarification on then is does this leave open the opportunity to not approve it at all? You're saying adopt option 2, but then what I'm hearing is we're asking for more information in how to adopt option 2.
I'm saying we adopt option 2, and we say, yes, that's what we're doing. But the details need to be filled in still.
And I think the other piece to this is that Inspire needs to know what those details are as well.
Right.
So when you talk about what are the options for repayment or refunding, that needs to be unified by both Chico Unified and Inspire, that both parties agree to that.
So would it be more useful for the rest of my colleagues up here if the motion were something like directing staff to work with Inspire to present us with options for allocating that $10 million at the August 22nd meeting? I'll be honest, I don't care exactly what the wording of this particular motion is. I just want to make clear that of these, option 2 is the least worst option. And we'd like to see a contract about it at the next meeting.
Right, so back to Mr. Tennis's question, he wouldn't be signing something tonight that says, we are fronting $10 million to Inspire.
I mean, it's all our money regardless, so no. Sorry. I mean, look, until the money is, you know, spent or a contract is signed, we can always turn around and say, hey, no, we didn't want to do that. So yes, I guess that's technically correct. But I also expect that if we all sign off on this, if this motion passes, the understanding is by the end of next meeting, we'll have some kind of an agreement.
We'll have a draft agreement to then propose to Inspire.
I mean, sure, we
Right.
could always say no at the last minute, but
We'd have options to select from. I'd like to add just a minor, I don't know if it would be an amendment or how it would be said, but it would be additional direction to include an option for the half amount and what it would look like just with one bond cycle and really asking Inspire to figure out the other half. So we're only committing to the risk of one bond cycle to be repaid rather than 2.
I'd support asking that as one of the options that staff brings back to us.
I would maybe propose a re-articulation of this motion.
Yeah.
And this won't change my vote, by the way, but the board intends to fully fund Canyon View, the such and such, what's the other word for it?
Inspire's calling it the Fremont Street Project.
Fremont Street Project.
Pending ultimate approval of fill in the blank, Jacqueline, contract of details of an options contract.
Yeah, maybe repayment options.
I think
options
approval
repayment.
of repayment options
Still,
at the August
23rd.
23rd
I still think the,
board meeting.
was your intention to not include the up to $10 million language by just saying fully funding that
To
gap?
fund the Fremont Street project up to $10 million. Up to $10 million. Pending ultimate approval of repayment options at the board's August 23rd meeting.
Mr. Lando?
Do you want to reread that and make sure that's?
Yeah.
Yeah, we should make sure that Mr. Orlando agrees that that fulfills the intent. Because I definitely needed a succinct motion because my brain's starting to hurt from all of the semantics.
The board intends to fund the Fremont Street project up to $10 million pending ultimate approval of repayment options at the CUSD School Board's August 23rd board meeting.
yeah, that's more or less what I have. Sorry. That's more or less what I have, yeah. Let's see. I have something like, Chico Unified intends to provide the funding up to 10 million for the development of Canyon View site with the understanding that it will be used by Inspire High School, and the understanding that Inspire will repay any of those funds used under terms to be decided based on staff options and discussions with Inspire.
That's too wordy. It's not
Okay.
clear.
Well,
I mean, it's just got to say that, we intend this. This is an intent.
yes.
This is an intent.
So read yours again?
This is not, not a contract. It's not a guarantee. This is the intent of the board majority.
So we read yours again?
Sure.
Thank you.
The board intends to fund the Fremont Street project up to $10 million, pending ultimate approval of repayment options at the CUSD School Board's August 23rd board meeting.
Yeah, that'll do. Okay.
Okay.
Is that okay? Okay. I mean, we're recording for a reason.
Eric?
We're going to call it a friendly amendment
Yeah.
to the original motion. Any other further questions, discussion items? We're ready to vote. All right. Mr. Lando, we'll start with you.
Man, voting no now just messed it, but no, aye.
Wait, which is it?
Aye. Lando, yes.
Tennis, nay.
Dalby, yes.
Robinson, aye.
Conkin, nay.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. That wasn't quite as painful as it sounded, I promise. Thank you for all your input. Looking forward to the August 23rd meeting to see the details of how this partnership might pan out, and that we spend July enjoying the summertime and letting our gears keep rolling on how we can make sure that Inspire has a bright future over at Canyon View / Fremont Street.
And
Thanks,
on top of
everybody.
that, I would like to thank the Inspire community for their advocacy and staff for working with them and for putting up with all of this, us, while we do this. It's been a long road, and it's still going, but thank you all very much for your participation in the process.
I would like to add, too, that I'm excited for you guys. I think it's a great opportunity. I was super torn, and I think when it came down to it, as a board representative representing Chico Unified, I just felt that's where my loyalty had to lie in regards to voting. And I was pretty sure it was headed that way anyway, in your favor.
With that, I'm going to call for a 15-minute recess. Am I supposed to gavel out on recess? We're ready? Okay. All right, we are returning from our break. We just took action on item 4.1. For Inspire School of Arts and Sciences, we are moving on to number 5, discussion action calendar. Starting with Educational Services, 5.1.1, discussion action, draft 2023 to 2024 Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP.
Good evening. Tonight we bring the LCAP to you. We have some slight changes that we'll talk about, but we'll be asking for approval of our LCAP tonight. As from the version that we shared last week at the public hearing, following that meeting, we have heard from the county who reviewed our LCAP actually a little bit early. And they had some very minor changes for compliance reasons for us to make. So Tina and I just wanted to give you a broad overview because really all these changes are very minor, superficial, and inconsequential to the meat of the LCAP, which is the actions and services and metrics. So I'm going to let Tina start off.
Thank you. Good evening. Yes, as Tim mentioned, a couple of those things. One of them lies in Goal 4. We were asked to put the homeless liaison into Goal 4, even though we don't fund her out of LCAP, which is why she was let out.
Can you reference a page?
Goal 4 will be on page. Oh, yeah, and we have not made the changes yet. Yeah, we didn't want to make any changes from what you have seen. So when we ask for approval tonight, it will be with these changes as part of it. So wanting to include Jamie McLaughlin, our liaison, in that Goal 4, and some more descriptions about reading specialists and professional development that they will offer for us, and a foster youth data analysis system that we're looking at. They would also like to have that into Goal 4 instead of the homeless foster grant. Tim?
Changes recommended for the LCAP under increased and improved services were really the addition of a single sentence to the narratives for each action, or many actions, not all actions, asking for a statement of what metric we'll be using. So we simply restated the goal statements from the metric sections under each goal. Also, there was a few that we had to call out certain student groups to identify need a little bit more clearer. And that was all in increased and improved services. So with that, and I realize that's an overview of the changes, but it's very much minutia. With the changes that we kind of gave you an overview of, we're asking for approval of the 23-24 LCAP.
And this is year 3 of a 3-year cycle? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
So when we approve it, do we approve it as another 3-year plan, or is this just for the 23-24 year?
This will be for the 23-24 year.
Okay, thank you. I move approval. Did you say you were ready for a?
Nope.
Oh, then I don't move approval.
Are there any other questions for clarification? Do we have public comment on the LCAP tonight? And none from the audience. Okay. Now that we've gone through our order, I'll take a motion.
I move approval of the 23-24 LCAP with the noted adjustments, changes suggested by the Butte County Office of Education.
I will second that.
All right, we have a motion for approval with the changes from Member Robinson and a second by Member Lando. And we'll open for discussion. I'm just going to say thank you again. I appreciated
the time you took to spend orienting me on, on this, and noting too that I don't envy you if they're going to change the templates like we're hearing they're going to, so next year's won't look a whole lot like this year's.
That could be a great thing.
Amen.
Yes, thank you for all of the work and time and energy you put into everything that goes along with this document, including all of the outreach and communications with students and staff and families and community members. Yep.
That, what you just said reminds me that the recap of the input from all of the groups that met to contribute to this was really helpful. I read every bit of it, and that was really helpful and showed just how engaged our school public is in not only the targeted case managers and site staffs getting their parents to these meetings, but when they show up, they're really engaged in taking a deep dive into sharing what they feel is working and very honestly sharing what they feel is not working.
Thank you. It is a work in progress, and I have to mention Elaine again because she's sitting right next to me here. She's a part of that process as well throughout the year.
All right, seeing no further discussion, we'll move to the vote. We will start with Member Robinson.
Robinson, aye.
Conkin, aye.
Lando, aye.
Tennis, aye.
Dalby, aye. It's unanimous, it passes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Onward and upward. Next is 5.1.2, informational item, California School Dashboard, Local Indicators with Tim Karras.
Per state law, we are required each year to bring you our local indicators that will be featured on our state dashboard in December of 2023. Local indicators are essentially, it's essentially a variety of self-reflection tools for various LCFF priorities that all districts in California are required to do. It's kind of a funny requirement in that we are required to self-reflect. There's no, by the simple fact that we self-reflected, we have met all of the priorities that will be shown on the dashboard. And it's really a very small portion of the dashboards that's a little bit hidden on the bottom of the landing page for each district and site. We're required to self-reflect on the implementation of standards, for example, facilities, safe and clean functional school facilities, parent and family engagement, school climate, and access to a broad range of courses. And district staff met and discussed all those, completed the self-reflection tool that was included in this agenda item, and we have met all indicators.
Any questions from the board? Technical questions?
Yes, sorry. Just because going through here, it stands out. What are your concerns, or what are our concerns as staff regarding the next generation science standards, which were the only place we rated ourselves less than a 4?
Correct. I believe later this meeting, we'll be bringing curriculum for your approval for the high schools. Oh, got approved in consent, sorry. So that's why.
So we haven't
didn't
yet
have the
adopted curriculum that
in place.
addresses it? Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Any other questions?
It doesn't look like it.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't know that we have any public comment on this, and so if there is, I meant additional that haven't signed up. Since there's not, it's informational only, and we can move to our next item. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving into business services, 5.2.1 is a discussion action item. It's authorization of design, build, construction, delivery method resolution 1613-23, presented by Julie Kissel.
Hi, thank you. I have Vince and Sarah here from Nutrition Services as my partner on this item tonight.
Moral support.
Moral support. So this is a resolution bringing forward for the board's adoption for the design, build, construction, delivery method. In the resolution, it says that the district has examined the various construction delivery methods that are available for use by K-12 public schools, and we have done so. We have not performed a design build project within the district before, but given the specific nature of this particular project, it is on city property, so it's under the purview of the city of Chico instead of the division of the state architect. This will be a freezer cooler building added on to the bakery out at the corporation yard. And Vince is here to just give you a little description of why it's needed. So I'll just let him tell you about that real quick.
Thank you. All right, we're going to leave it. So our walk-in coolers that we have out at the courtyard have been there, I believe, 35 years. So the district was much smaller back then. We've grown considerably. They have cost us quite a bit of money in the past 5 or 6 years, and we've been looking at different options on how to repair them or replace them. With the growth that we've had in the past 5 years, we've got to the point now where we've had to rent a portable freezer out at the courtyard to be able to hold all the products that we have. So with this, we've gone and looked at the best option delivery-wise, how we can get deliveries in that doesn't impact transportation, as well as the warehouse, the building itself. And so we're hoping to get approval for a walk-in cooler freezer combination that will run alongside of the bakery where the current ones are at right now that will be removed. It will go too high, so we'll be able to put pallets like at Costco. You can go too high up there instead of single height for us. And it'll allow us to be more efficient in what we're doing as far as getting product in and out, give us better buying power for those refrigerated and frozen items. So, yeah, any questions on that?
Julie, you said it's on city property? I thought
Well, I'm sorry, it's Chico Unified property, but it's not a school. So it's not under the purview of the division of the state architect.
Yeah.
The plans that are developed will actually go through the city of Chico's building department for review and approval.
Okay.
The unique nature of this design really means that a design, build, construction, delivery method is suitable because we'll bring in someone who specializes in this sort of facility to design it and build it, and we'll have a guaranteed maximum price to bring back to the board for review and approval once we receive that. So the one thing we're asking is that you adopt that delivery method tonight, as well as the request for qualifications and the request for proposals process that we will go through in order to develop that and bring it back to you for review and approval.
Vince, you've been pushing out, trying to do more on-site cooking rather than just warming. This will really help with that, won't it?
It will open up those opportunities again. Right now, what we're really working towards is getting more employees to be able to do that again.
Yeah.
And as soon as that happens, and part of what we're doing and going down this route is because we don't want to do the traditional aluminum foam walk-ins. They're not as efficient, and so Julie's had some experience with some builders that have done it a different non-traditional way. So it will be 50 years, hopefully 60 years, 70 years down the road before it needs to be updated or repaired. So it's more of a
Fantastic.
building rather than a portable freezer.
Fantastic.
Okay, so we're asking the board to adopt the resolution 1613-23 this evening.
Turn my button off. So seeing no additional questions for clarification, as well as no public comment on this item, I can call for a motion.
I will move adoption of Resolution 1613-23.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Member Lando and a second by Member Robinson. Our last vote was unanimous, so all those in favor of adopting this resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good luck with the process. Okay, next item is 5.2.2. It's a discussion action item on the 2023 to 24 original budget presented by Jacqueline Kruger.
Yes, good evening, Board. Before you this evening is for approval of the 23-24 original budget. I had two of my amazing colleagues here last week to present the details. There's been no changes, so the presentation and the financials stay as standing from last Wednesday. Is there any further questions from the board regarding next year's budget? I will say we're very close to a signed state budget. We're hoping to have that by Friday. I did see a CSBA article this morning that they're very close in getting fairly finalized negotiations between the state legislature and the governor. But I wouldn't be surprised if we don't have a signed budget till Friday.
And things are relatively looking positive for what we've been projecting.
Correct.
Yeah.
Fully funded COLA, it appears at 8.22%, and the reduction to the two one-time block grant monies are going to be less than anticipated at the May revise.
Awesome.
So that's good news for schools.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the reduction in the reductions in the block grant that I was really pleased about. And yeah, I think we're going to get it signed Friday.
All right, so seeing no further questions for clarification, no public comment on approving next year's budget, I'll call for a motion. I'll move approval, because I'm already talking. All right, Dalby sets the motion, and Member Lando seconds. All those in favor? Wait, sorry, discussion? None? All those in favor? Aye. It's unanimous once again. I already said that. I said seeing no public comment and scanned, and then I moved on. I'm getting better. Thank you. Well, it comes and goes. I'm sometimes better and sometimes much worse. 5.2.3, discussion action 23-24, education protection account.
Yes, so the EPA money, or Education Protection Act money, was voted in by the voters in 2012. It's not new money to the district. I just want to reiterate that every year. So basically, there are three funding mechanisms for our local control funding formula, or basically the money that funds our average daily attendance. So property taxes is always first, and then there's state aid, and then this Education Protection Act. So these dollars go to fund teacher salaries, so they don't go for administrative purposes in any way. And the estimate for next year, based on our ADA, is just over $23 million. So the disclosure and approval this evening is to acknowledge that those dollars are spent on teacher salaries.
I have a question for clarification. Is EPA supposed to be for Education Protection Act or account?
The acronym itself is account, but it was an act that was approved by the voters in 2012. Yes.
I thought I misspoke for a second, and then I reread my paper. It was just for my own clarification. Any other further questions?
Again, just for clarification, you said 23 million?
Or sorry, 29 million.
Okay, just making
over
sure we weren't
29
missing.
million, yes.
Thank you. The 29.7-ish that's on the paper is
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Seeing no further questions for clarification from the board and no public comment, I'll ask for the motion.
So moved.
I'll second that
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Lando and a second by Ms. Robinson. All those in favor, please, seeing no discussion wanted, let's vote with a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous. Next item is 5.2.4, discussion action 23-24, original budget reserves disclosure.
Yeah, so every year when we come forward with our original budget, the state does require that if a district has a reserve greater than 3%, which is the minimum that a district our size is required to have, that we must disclose that to the public and to our board on how those dollars will be spent. So this is different than the 10% reserve cap that is currently in place related to the state budget. So this evening we have that in front of you. So the 3% reserve is $6.3 million. So we have $12.4 million more than that, which the board has already taken action to set aside an additional 2% reserve, as well as the one-time money from 18-19. We do have some E-rate carryover, which is associated with our IT department, and then the remaining reserve is really just about cash volatility, attendance volatility in our special ed, basically program costs as well, uncertainty of what may be coming down the future. And negotiations, let me put that in there as well.
Do we have any questions of clarification? Public comment? I'll call the motion.
I move approval of the, budget, minimum recommended reserves report.
No, 23-24, original budget reserves disclosure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll second. Oh, seconded by Conkin. Gotcha. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you for approval. Moving on, 5.2.5, discussion action, AB 2756, public disclosure documents for compensation agreement with the Chico Unified Teachers Association, CUTA.
That was a mouthful, thank you.
You should have heard last meeting.
So before you this evening is what we call an AB 2756 disclosure, and it is acknowledgement to our community and to our board the financial impact of any sort of tentative agreement that the district would enter into with any bargaining units. So later in the agenda, Jim Hanlon will be bringing forward tentative agreements related to CUTA. So before you is the financial impact. So the tricky part here is our tentative agreement is based on a formula that we will establish in September. But because the TA is being ratified tonight, pending board approval, we have to do a financial disclosure. So I estimated, given the point in time, what the financial impact would be. And so that's what's before you in the disclosure. So basically, it would be a compensation increase for CUTA, which means both salary and health and welfare benefits, of 6.08%. And that is inclusionary of a settle up for the current year, 22-23, as well as the formula based in 23-24. So for CUTA, that would cost roughly $5.6 million.
Can you clarify the relationship that this has? We did approve a sizable increase last year.
This increase is for the 23-24 school year.
And
we did have an increase in 22-23.
I want to say it was
7.02.
And so this is an additional 6% raise, basically?
Correct. Any other questions?
I'll just announce that I'm going to be opposing this just because of the financial uncertainties of a possibly impending recession for the district. I'm going to be voting no.
Are there any other further questions for clarification from Jacqueline? No. Jacqueline, this follows the same, I mean, it essentially follows the same formula that has been used in the past? Or
I would say
recently?
about 70% of it is a similar formula. There's a few carve-outs on it, but conceptually, it's very similar to the prior 3-year agreement we had.
And so, is it, yeah, I guess I don't really have too much of a question on this. I was trying to see if there's a way to ask a question to kind of clarify for anybody that might be having reservations about providing a raise to staff.
In previous years, it was tied to enrollment, and this one is to average daily attendance. So it's tied to the actual dollars we're receiving from the state. I would remind, because I hear your concern, I would remind you, there are years when the formula provides a zero COLA. So sometimes we have feast and famine on these. We've had two back-to-back years that are feast, obviously. But the projections on the out years on this are not nearly as generous. So it kind of, you hit the feast and famine on this. So.
But the formula is tied to
Correct.
those swings.
So that protects the district when the state budget is not so good.
So part of the formula that we talked about in negotiations was, because we're now tying it to new dollars coming into the district, there was concern a couple months ago about the governor not fully funding COLA, right? So if you just use the COLA percentage or a portion of COLA, then that doesn't affect your real dollars. But if you're talking about real dollars, and if COLA is fully funded or not fully funded, that impacts those dollars. So let's say between now and Friday, the governor comes in and says, we're only gonna fund 5% of the 8.22. Then the total dollars available to Chico Unified would go down, and that then would reduce this percentage for compensation. So it does provide a protection mechanism that way.
And so in your opinion, as our lead financial person, is this a fiscally sound way to go forward?
I believe so, yes. I think it's in the interest of the district. I think we're in a position where we're getting new monies coming in, and we're also sitting on very healthy reserves as well.
And the
So
impact,
it would cause us to deficit spend next year, but we have very healthy reserves, and I think we can weather that.
and the impact of not having this increase may be loss in staff or increased difficulties in recruiting new staff?
There's definitely a component of retaining existing staff as well as recruiting future staff.
Okay.
Jim can speak to that further.
Jim, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I
further?
just wanted to say, yeah, if we don't stay up with salaries with competing districts, other districts in the area, it's very difficult to catch up because the dollars don't come to us every year. So when they do come to us, we want to make sure, because other districts are doing the same. They're trying to attract qualified staff, and it's getting more and more difficult, especially in math, science, special ed, speech therapists, psychologists, nurses. All of those are very difficult to get.
And just to clarify again, what we're approving with this motion is the county's agreement that we can afford the tentative agreement that we're about to consider approving.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're approving as a board that we have the financial resources to approve the tentative agreement that's under Jim's section in the agenda.
All right, thank you. I appreciate the adaptive formula. It's pretty fancy.
The other thing maybe I'm speaking a little soon before I get to my part, but with it connected to average daily attendance, for example, attendance went way down during COVID. And so even though the dollars were flowing in at the COLA rate, we get fewer dollars because kids weren't showing up. So that impact is reflected in the formula also. So if we are not getting the dollars from the state, then they don't flow out into salaries.
All right, thank you. Okay, seeing no additional questions for clarification nor public comment on this item, I will call for a motion.
I move approval.
Second.
No, I move acceptance of the public disclosure form.
And a second by Member Conkin. All right, so we have a motion to move this item and whatever you said, I know what you said, and a second from Member Conkin. Were we unanimous last vote?
Yes.
It's been more than 5 minutes and now I can't remember. Look at that. Okay, no further discussion. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you, folks. All right, we're moving on to 5.2.6, discussion action AB 2756, public disclosure documents for compensation agreement with the Chico Unified Management Association, CUMA.
While the management group isn't a bargaining unit, they are a group that does have a financial impact on the district's budget. So we do also have to do a AB 2756 disclosure. The formula is the exact same. However, the CUMA group has decided and voted to put all available dollars on the salary schedule and 0 increase to the district's contribution for health and welfare, which is very similar to what they've done in prior years. So the estimate right now would be a 6.6% increase on the salary schedule because there'd be $0 going towards health and welfare. So as those premiums increase, the employee would bear that additional cost. But fundamentally, it's the same dollars that would be allocated at the 6.08%.
Do we have any questions from the board? All right, seeing no additional questions or public comment, I'll call for a motion.
I move approval of the acceptance of the compensation disclosure form for CUMA.
I'll second. So we have a motion by Member Robinson and a second by Dalby. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Moving to human resources. 5.3.1 is discussion action, board approval of Chico Unified Teachers Association tentative agreement.
Okay, as promised, I'm bringing to you the tentative agreement for the Chico Unified Teachers Association. Jacqueline kind of went over the formulas, we talked about that. Nothing new from the summary I've sent out to you prior and what we talked about in closed session regarding negotiations. They did pass 330 to 9 out of 760 members, so it was overwhelmingly accepted. I will just give you a little history. This is our third 3-year agreement. Jacqueline said correctly that this is about 70 or 80% of it is similar language. We have fine-tuned it over the years, and we believe this is the best language yet that protects the district from the concerns that you've expressed. And I just recommend adopting this tentative agreement, or approving this tentative agreement. Any questions?
All right, seeing no further questions nor public comment, I will call for the motion.
I move approval of the tentative agreement between CUTA and Chico Unified.
Seconded.
All right, we have a motion by Robinson and a second by Lando. All those in discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. We'll move to 5.3.2, which is the same board approval of Chico Unified, of the agreement, but with Chico Unified Management Association. I tried to shorten it and made it longer, sorry.
Okay, so this is the agreement with CUMA. It's not negotiated. We don't negotiate with CUMA, but the district has a long-standing history of essentially providing to management the same that they provide to the employee groups. We will be bringing, or John Shepard will be bringing the CSEA agreement forward in September when CSEA votes. They are not going to vote over the summer, so that'll be coming forward, and it's the same language again, with the exception that, as Jacqueline explained, as far as the benefits, all of it will go into salary schedule for CUMA rather than in nothing on the benefits side. But otherwise, it's the same. There are no additional language. It's only salary.
All right, no questions and no public comment. We will move for a motion.
I move approval of the agreement with the Chico Unified Management Association.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Robinson and a second by Conkin. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous, once again. Thanks, everybody. And with that, I think that was Jim's last open session item.
Wow. He's not agreeing, is he?
I don't know if he's listening to me. Oh, oh, he's looking.
I have to pull something from the agenda, so it's not quite the end.
Oh, man, I thought we were done with you.
It's a board policy, so.
Okay.
I thought we'd never have to listen to you
geez.
drone on ever again, and now here we are. Jeez.
I'll explain it when we get there.
All right. I've been waiting all night for that, and you took it away from me. All right. We're going to move forward with our board member items, our board items. 5.4.1, discussion action, public employment assistant superintendent for business services.
Well, as the board is aware, we have an outstanding assistant superintendent for business, and they are very difficult to find. So in front of you is a contract that extends her contract by 1 additional year, so it would move it to be July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2026. That's the only change.
So what do you think, Ms. Kruger? Sound financial move for us?
Very sound.
Thank you.
That was great. Any other questions? Public comment?
I move approval.
Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
All right. We have a motion by Mr. Tennis and a second by Ms. Lando. Any
No.
further discussion? Oh, I
Lando.
said Ms. Lando, Ms. Robinson.
Make it
No.
Wow.
All right.
Wow. I'm going to stand up.
Lando moved.
No, Tennis moved.
Oh, tennis moved?
Tennis moved. Robinson second. I need to stretch my legs out. I'm sorry. Gotta get my blood flowing a little bit better. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. You're with us for a whole another next year, additional year. Woohoo. Need like a adjustable standing desk up here, maybe. 5.4.2, discussion action, approval of revised / updated / new board policies.
So the board was presented with several policy revisions as well as 2 new board policies. We have not heard of any recommended changes or suggestions to these, so unless there are some, we would take them. Oh, there's Mr. Hanlon.
Who invited you back?
I know. I have to pull board policy 4119.20. I'm going to fall on the sword on this. I inadvertently sent you a draft of the administrative regulation and not the board policy. So it's going to have to be brought to you at the next time we bring board policies to the board.
He's creating more work for Mr. Shepherd.
So I
He's
mislabeled
testing
them, I switched them, and so anyway, we have to pull it so that what you're reading is actually the administrative regulation draft and not the board policy. So,
Senile moment.
we'll bring it next time. I just needed to leave something for John Shepherd to do when he.
Because otherwise the work is all done?
Yeah,
Oh, good.
yeah.
The work is done here.
Yeah.
I've got a question, and I'm sorry, I just looked at this shortly before coming to the meeting. But 0460, this is the local control and accountability plan. There's new language in here that says, unless the district has an established student advisory group, beginning July 1st, 2024, 2 students shall be included as members of the parent advisory committee. The students shall serve for a renewable term of 1 full school year. Student members of the Parent Advisory Committee or the Student Advisory Committee shall represent the diversity of the district's students. In particular, effort shall be made to reach out to at-risk or disadvantaged students to serve as members of such committees. Where did this language come from?
Ed code.
Oh, hi.
Hi. Hi. Yeah, we do have 2 additions to, that have been suggested for that from Ed Code, and one is what you read, and another one is to have more information from the IDEA plan, the special ed plan, to go
into LCAP as well.
And I'm going to add here, while they put this in, we really had already been doing this, only to a much higher degree. We go out and we meet with students from every school site and get input from our students already. So I feel like the state was kind of saying, hey, that was a good thing you're doing, and made it permanent. But it's not that we weren't already hearing from students. Now it's formalized.
Yeah, I think it's absurd to have students on a parent advisory committee. I don't like that at all, so I'll be voting no on that.
What would it take to establish a student advisory group as an alternative?
So we do have student groups that advise to the LCAP already?
Yeah, but do those meet whatever qualifications the state wants us to call a student advisory group?
Yes.
They're a very diverse group of students.
Well, for sure.
And
Again,
all-
I just don't know
yeah.
exactly what the state language wants it to look
Yeah,
like.
Butte County Office of Ed has approved our parent meetings as a parent advisory group and our student meetings as the student advisory group.
So in that case, it sounds like Mr. Tennis's concern is moot, because we are meeting the first criteria of having student advisory groups rather than having students on the parent group.
They're welcome, as is any community member.
And
to our
we have
meetings.
had some come to general meetings, to community meetings, to parent meetings. We've had some students come and share their thoughts and what's working and what needs to be considered. Students are always welcome.
Thank you.
So we can approve these as a whole if there is a motion to approve all of the board revisions, with the exception of the one that was pulled by Mr. Hanlon.
Are we at that stage yet?
If there are no further questions of clarification from board members, from staff, of board members from staff?
We do have public comment on this.
Yep, I'm getting there, thank you. Don't jump ahead of me in my order. Okay.
I don't think that person's here anymore.
We have Michelle Cooper signed up for public comment on this.
Oh, maybe that is Michelle Cooper.
Well, I'm a little bummed that you pulled that item, Mr. Hanlon, because I really liked it. And I was going to speak on that. I'm really pleased with a lot of this stuff. I read through them all, and it's like something I can agree with. And so I wanted to come and say I'm not always here to complain. The one thing I thought, maybe if it's going to come back, that we could add is language that states American flags and California flags are the only flags flown on district properties to go along with the language of, no political flags, et cetera, on that one. But I did also want to speak on 6164.2. On item number one, I'm a little nervous about some of the language in that item. Particularly using terms like community partner. I think it seems broad, and I was wondering if that could be defined to what that means, and would the board be approving a list of community partners for the staff to use? It just seems like that without proper definition, this could be left open to interpretation by staff and counselors, and I highly caution against that. I think that's opening a door that would be very hard to close. So those were my comments on this item, and thank you.
Which number was that?
6164.2. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have additional public comment? No? Okay. I will call for board action at this time.
I move all of these, but the one that Jim Hanlon pulled, or it's pulled. No need to articulate that, or it's off. So it's pulled. I would agree with Ms. Cooper, and I would ask that we sort of table 6164.2 until the next go around for further consideration.
So, sorry, is your motion to approve all of these board policy updates?
Actually,
Sorry.
So I'll just pull one too, because I can do that too, right?
Yep.
I'll just pull it. I'll just 6164.2.
For separate consideration?
Yeah, for separate consideration. And the same, please, for the LCAP one that I mentioned earlier, 0460. For separate consideration, and I'll move the rest.
Yeah, I hope that's okay. I'm kind of making that as a executive decision, like we treat it kind of like a consent calendar where we can just pull them for separate consideration. Okay. We don't need action to do that. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion to approve all the board policies listed, with the exception of considering those two policies separately. That's 0460 and 6164.2.
Second.
Thank you. So the motion was from Mr. Tennis, the second is from Ms. Conkin. Discussion, board? Seeing none. We could do a voice vote. I think we were unanimous last time. All those in favor? Aye. That is unanimous. Let's move to 0460. So I think that probably the best way forward would be to make a motion to approve it or not approve it, or approve it with specific changes that anybody who is making the motion would like to see. Or table it for future consideration, but I would want staff input on that.
I don't see the LCAP one. What was the number again? 04. Oh, there it is. Thank you.
Okay, I'll move that we approval, but strip out the paragraph straddling, I think it's page 3 and page 4, that says that unless the district has an established student advisory group beginning July 1, 2024, because we already have a student advisory group and we're doing a lot of work to reach those people, so I would ask that we strip it out and pass it edited form.
I will say, and it was mentioned before, that those additions are according to Ed Code. So I'm not at liberty to take that out from my understanding.
Yep. It could 52063.
I agree with you. It does say, in other words, what we already have. And when I sat back down, I did think too, our site councils also include, at the high school level, they include students on them.
Can you say that again?
The site councils do include students, a couple of students, and that's statute as well.
Site councils, but is that a parent advisory committee
No.
that involves students? Is it called a parents advisory committee?
No, it's a school site advisory committee. It has staff, it has certificated classified parents and students. But it does approve the expenditure of dollars.
I'm reading the education.
Okay,
I'm reading
no
the
worries.
I'm reading the Ed Code right now, sorry.
Okay.
We can certainly take it out. However, it doesn't mean we don't have to follow it because it is law.
We've
So I
heard
think
that. We've heard that before.
And it does put us at that risk of, while all of us here know that, if it's not in our board policies and we get down the road and there's a whole new group of people, it does help to have a clear in board policy. That said, LCAP changes frequently.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
I have some input. I've been on, I,
Is your comment discussion? Wait,
Yeah.
we do have a motion in a second on this one? I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm just lost.
yeah, that's okay. You're excused. I've participated in both a site council and the other parent advisory committees that have students present. And the student input, and I think we saw this at CSBA last year, was probably the most valuable of any of the inputs, getting the perspective of the students that were not only receiving the education, but trying to provide input on how it could be improved was invaluable. The student input is just, I think we're crazy if we don't, not only don't have it, but increase it.
Yes, I just want to clarify, we currently do not have a motion on this. I think, Matt, you stated you wanted to pull it, which we did. Was it a motion to take the language out? If so, we just didn't capture that.
Yeah, I move we take that language out.
Thank you. Erica, thanks you.
So the motion is to approve this board policy update with the language referencing students being included on a parent advisory committee. Yes? Is there a second?
I just don't see it in ed code about
Me either.
the students being required to join.
I mean, I'll take all the student input that they're willing to give personally, so I don't have any problem with this board policy as written or updated. I'm just not seeing student mentioned in that particular ed code language, 52063.
Yeah, I mean, 52063 definitely covers LCAP, input mechanisms.
It may not be in there yet because it does say beginning July 1st, 2024, maybe, if you're looking at the actual ed code. That's the only thing I can think of why it might
that
not
makes
be there.
Sense.
But I certainly don't know that for certain.
And so these, did these updates, they came like they typically do, like from CSBA, because they're following the incoming updates to ed code. Okay.
Correct.
So we can certainly bring it back along with the one that Jim Hanlon is going to have John Shepherd bring back. We could bring this back again and make sure we have all the full ed code to show with it, if that's preferable.
I'll revise my motion to say that we should do that.
So we're just putting it on hold.
Yeah, and I think in that case, we don't necessarily need to take full board action to do that, or, yeah, or do we?
I agree with you, I don't think we do. But I think that if we're getting legal guidance from CSBA, I think that staff should be clear, when they can be, that it's legal guidance, not just sit over there and say, oh, it's in ed code, if it's not, right?
They're being told that they're being told by CSBA that this is in ed code for that, starting that date, so it might not be in the documents that we're looking up now. We would have to get that.
Correct.
That language from the legislature, basically.
Much like the one on the first page for the IDEA, the Students Disability, the Individual with Disabilities Education Act addendum, that says it's starting July 1st, 2025, that it has to be included. So while I have not looked at that ed code in its entirety, it may not, that particular one may not be written in there yet either, but we can certainly look at it.
We can bring it back with the language after those ed codes come in place in July 24, and then the other one in 25 too. They don't need to go into board policy until.
And there are other updates in that board policy that we
Yeah.
do need to approve.
That is true.
So let's, actually, I would prefer to move into having Mr. Tennis make a motion about how he wants to see this play out. If he really wants to remove the language from that one part of this one policy, I think that it would need to be approved by the full board.
Sure, I'll make that motion.
So the motion is to bring it back?
No,
Oh, sorry, okay.
No,
Okay.
the motion is to strike that language out of the proposed board policy and pass it as amended.
Gotcha.
Yeah, sure. We don't need to argue about it
Yeah,
any
no,
longer. It's just,
no, I think.
I don't like it. I don't like
what
the
I was-
language. I
what
disagree
was-
with it. you
Yeah.
know?
What I was looking for, I think, was a motion to bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say this. Hey, what's wrong with having a parents advisory committee, you know? You just have a parents advisory committee, and you don't need to have students in it. So that's my philosophy, and so that's my motion, and you guys are all free to disagree.
I'm just here to follow the law, so, we don't have a second on anything right now. I'm gonna move that we approve this as written.
I'll second that motion.
Sweet, now can I discuss? Great. I think we can do both. Again, since we already have student advisory groups, can we just put in this section of the board policy instead that we will, as a policy, always maintain student advisory groups, that we meet the letter of the law, and the language we don't like is gone?
If I understood you correctly, sure. Yeah, I'll agree to that. So we'll put in there
Because this thing has two clauses, right? Either we have student advisory groups by July 2024, or we have to have student members on the parent advisory committee. And the goal is clearly to get student input. Okay, so if we just say we're always going to have student advisory committees, starting that date and in perpetuity, then we should be covered. Am I wrong, crazy, both?
Is there any reason to think that we would never have a student advisory committee?
But we put it in policy, then it's there, we're covered in terms of having this.
So then in the policy, we would say, in order to meet this requirement, Chico Unified will establish student advisories.
Okay. So I'm gonna retract my motion, and I'm going to move that, dang it. I would like to see it before we approve it. So I don't wanna just say, with those changes, we'll approve it. I want it to come back with the changes before we approve it.
So is there any motion that I could make that would help you? Like, maybe we'll put this off we'll kick the can here for, a month, 2 months?
We could bring it back in July,
No, not July, we don't have a meeting in July.
August.
Yeah.
What Jay said.
I'm willing to make that motion. Ms. Dolby?
So my understanding is that the substitute motion here is that we delay this until our next meeting in expectation of seeing language about having student groups. Okay, yeah, I'll second that for sure.
All right, let's do that. What he said.
Okay. All right.
Could I clarify, your intent is not to exclude students from the parent advisory committee, that's still available to them?
No, we're going to fulfill the law I don't want to speak for Mr. Lando. We're going to fulfill the law by having a student advisory group so that we don't have to put students on the parent advisory group.
Well, then, I don't agree with that, because I think the students should be on everything.
Why would you want to have students on a parents advisory group? I mean,
Well, that would be because it's part of the law. That's where
Yeah.
the law part comes in. All those in favor of bringing this back with slightly different language to take another look at it in August? Is this right? Okay, signify by saying aye.
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 All right, sorry about that, Tina.
That's okay. I just, well,
It's all good. We'll let it rest for a month. Sorry. Well, she's gonna have to work on it before our meeting. And
there's
then
another one.
6164.2.
Yeah. LCAP, no, let's see, what was this? Oh, yes, I just think, I appreciate Ms. Cooper's comments, and I propose that we put this one off for 2 months as well. So we can study it harder and maybe try to come up with some alternative language or edits.
Can I just get clarification? Was it number 1 or number 4? We were looking, number 1. Okay, so that's what I just want to make sure that that's what we're looking at bringing new language. I believe it's in both also, because I think number 1 is, I think what you're talking about, I don't want to put words, is regarding public and private community services, and number 4 would be other pupil personnel services, professional families, community partners, and community agencies. Right, okay. I mean, we can bring back,
Are there, I was gonna ask staff, is there any implication of postponing adopting this now versus in August? I mean, that would be my first concern, is if there's anything that's needed for.
the only thing we're going to want to do is after this board policy gets approved, is be able to go with the board policy and the AR with our counselors.
Right. So the counselors won't be starting the school year off with the updated board policy and AR?
By 2 days.
If we were to push it to the August 23rd
By
meeting.
2 days, but we can have a counseling DLC meeting shortly after.
And so I guess, okay, I think that's all the clarification questions I have.
But if possible, like if we could have the board take a look at 1 and 4 and give us suggestions possibly on changes, so we're not, possibly not doing it on August 20, actually at the board meeting?
I guess, yeah, it sounds to me like the concern is that the engaging with, advocating for, and providing all students with direct services such as individual counseling, group counseling, risk assessment, crisis response, and instructional services, including mental health and behavioral, academic, and post-secondary educational services, and indirect services, including but not limited to positive school climate strategies, teacher and parent consultations, and information regarding public and private community services. The concern is the vagueness of public and private community services.
Because like sometimes when somebody doesn't, well, they might, it varies. An example would be a family that doesn't qualify for Medi-Cal, so we might give them a list of private outside counseling services that they could get a hold of. So they're not, a family's not searching for something like that. We have a list of people who provide counseling. We're not choosing a counseling service outside for them. We just say, here's ones in town that you can contact yourself. I mean, I don't know if you're wanting us to come to every approval of everything that we put on a sheet. That's what you guys would have to.
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify or get clarification on what may be considered.
So that's what I'm saying, if you guys could take a look at those and maybe just give us suggestions and what, if there is any changes, what would those might be?
I don't have a problem with the way it reads now, because I know that we need to expand what's available to our families.
Do we have a motion at this point? I'm sorry, I lost what part of the
No,
process.
we don't have a motion yet. I was
Clarifying,
just
okay.
asking clarifying questions from staff at this point, yeah. Well, I was personally, and everybody else obviously can also jump in.
I think I had some version of a motion, maybe I didn't frame it properly, but I move that we put this off until August with the expectation that we, interested board members such as myself, in consultation with the community, might put forward some alternative language to put a finer point on what sort of ground rules there may be for partnerships with outside organizations.
I second. You also made a comment about the flag. Is that in relation to this as well? That was different. Okay, sorry, got confused.
All right, so there's a motion.
Discussion now?
Yeah, we're in discussion now.
Okay.
It's
May I
been
discuss?
seconded. What was the
Madam President,
question?
Can I be recognized?
Yeah, well, I didn't hear what.
I just asked to be recognized before I speak.
Oh, just please speak.
Well, you know,
If
procedure.
it's quiet, just talk.
Don't say that to me.
If I'm staring at my screen, it's because I'm thinking of
I
things.
teach history, I'll
and
talk all day.
you
about
gotta
that.
jump in.
Point is, I, gonna vote against this. I believe we should adopt this board policy as it stands. So for a couple of reasons. One, this gives latitude to our guidance counselors to do their jobs as they see fit. They are professionals. Aspersions in the media and otherwhere to the contrary. This is pretty much a way to try, we have seen a lot of attacks on some of our local agencies that provide mental health services to various groups. I don't want to prolong the need to have fights about those groups. I think if there are people out there that provide services, we should trust our counselors to find the ones that fit with our kids best. And that's exactly what this board policy gives them latitude to do.
Yeah.
We're in a discussion. I agree with what Mr. Lando just said.
I think out of respect for the community, that not just Ms. Cooper, who's represented here, but others who I believe feel the same way, I think we should allow for opportunity to look at alternative language.
Call the question.
All right. All those in favor of postponing this to the next meeting signify, actually, I'm going to do a voice vote because I already know that we're not going to all be unanimous. So let's go ahead and start with Mr. Tennis.
This is in favor of postponing.
In favor of, yeah, your
Right, yeah.
motion, which is to postpone to August.
Tennis, aye.
Dalby, nay.
Robinson, no.
Kunkel, aye.
Lando, no.
Okay. So we will now take
May I make a motion?
a motion, yes.
Thanks. I would like to adopt board policy 6164.2 as presented.
I'll second that motion.
My point of discussion on this is in agreement with what Mr. Lando said, and that is that our counselors are fully equipped to do a great job for our students and connecting our students and their families to community resources should those need to be utilized. Any other discussion? Okay. Mr. Lando, would you like to start off the votes?
Lando, aye.
Tennis, nay.
Dalby, aye.
Robinson, aye.
Kunkel, nay.
All right, so I think that we've treated all of our board policies at this point, and we can move to the next item. Staff, we're all clear? What the board decided was to approve all board policies except for 4119.2 and 0460, which will come back in August.
Correct.
Okay. Clarifying that just as much for myself as I was for the public. Just kidding. Getting a little little wily here. All right, 5.4.3, discussion action, proposed 23-24 Chico Unified School District Board adopted district-wide goals and mission statement.
So the board just approved the LCAP, and traditionally, we have approved the goals of the LCAP as our district-wide goals. It is what we are telling our public we're not only going to do, but how we are spending our dollars and our staff resources. Included in your packet is a draft of how we have done the goals in the past. We have goal number 1, goal number 2, goal number 3. Those would remain the same. We would need to add to this the goal number 4 that was just recently adopted by the LCAP.
I'm really cold.
Cold.
I think we did ask, do we have any luck asking them to turn it down?
Who's in charge of that?
Phil? Phil's not here. Just kidding.
Mr. Carver.
I'm just kidding. I gotta
Please
tell
convey to
Jess.
Mr. Carr, we're extremely upset about how cold it is.
If you look at the little skirt on the table behind, right here, the air flows right here. So like I've had goosebumps for 2 hours. Okay, sorry I digress. This goes to those, you gotta, I can't even remember the statement. Your basic needs need to be met before you can actually be intelligent, is how I'm feeling right now. Yes, Ms. Robinson.
Since goal number 4 is not added yet, I move that we move this forward to the August.
We're not ready for a motion yet, please. I've not called for a motion yet.
We don't need to bring it back. We can just add the goal number 4. We can amend it as is. This is just a sample document.
Okay.
I will say on this one, I would like to be able to do all of our staff development that we will begin in August with our board goals intact and moving forward. And I may have to call on Tina to give me the exact wording of goal number 4. Just so it is stated for the record.
I think I have it.
Sorry, I haven't even opened it yet to look at it for reference.
Okay, here we go. Goal number 4, provide additional support for the academic, social, emotional, and behavioral needs of foster youth students.
Yep.
It is repetitive of our other goals, but it is one that, for the state, we got called out on and we had to add to our LCAP. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to add it to our goals, but it is one of our additional goals.
Okay, so just for clarification, what we approve, if we were to approve this tonight, would be this document as it is with the understanding that goal number 4 will be added. Okay, thank you. Any other questions or clarification? Okay, we will move to public comment. I'm shivering. Seeing none? Come on, public. Sorry. Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Seconded.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments for discussion?
I scoured this thing looking for something that I objected to strongly enough that I could bring myself to vote no. But alas, I didn't find anything. The closest I got was a couple of years ago, you guys changed the mission statement, which used to say the mission of Chico, something like unified, a partnership of students, staff, families, and community is to ensure all students achieve high levels of academic success, et cetera, and to confidently compete in a changing global society by engaging in quality. Doesn't that sound good?
He has it bookmarked.
You know, we were going to buff our kids out to compete in a harsh, Darwinistic, tough world out there, you know, where they might encounter hardships. But Tom and Caitlin wanted to change it to participate in a global society. So anyway.
We could even say succeed instead of participate if you want.
Okay, I'll take that.
Okay. Works for me.
We'll take
I
that.
certainly
And I
want a
appreciate that
consistency.
concession, Board Member Lando. I move approval of this entire document with the very minor tweak that students will be able to succeed.
Would you take that as a friendly amendment, Mr. Lando?
Absolutely.
Okay, so Mr. Lando then has made the motion. Well,
Yeah.
I'm granting it, I'm projecting it onto him, and I'm offering a friendly amendment, and he's accepted it.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, so this document will be, the motion is to approve this document with goal number 4 added and with the word in our mission statement to change from participate to succeed. All right, Mr. Tennis, let's start the vote with you.
One of the most grateful aye votes I've ever cast here. Aye.
Ditto.
Robinson, aye.
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 All right. Thanks, everybody. Moving on. It's true. It's
You
so
got
much
that,
more
right?
fun when
I
you
got
get
it.
to the last
I got
hour.
it. And more importantly, so did Eric.
Caitlin's going to start doing jumping jacks pretty soon.
Okay. It's time for us to talk about our board workshop and what we want to talk about in the upcoming year. We need to identify topics, dates to slot those topics in, and board members that are interested in serving as liaisons to staff in developing those board workshops.
So I have a request. Do we have the ability to give somebody driving power to see that document, editable document like we did last year on the big screen? Is that Erica? Or somebody that? Yeah. Okay. Great. I feel like I cut somebody off that was about to say something else. And then do we also have the ability to toggle over to the dates that actually fill in the the workshop dates? It's on a separate document, right?
So if we could whittle down the topics,
Right.
then we can go back and select the dates to put the topics. That might be a good way to go about that.
Yeah, and then the liaisons. Yes?
Well, since my submission, one of mine, is number 1, and it says homework policy, and after I got to thinking about what was actually the purpose of what I was suggesting, and after going and talking with one of the schools that does have that policy, the goal is to improve attendance and success of the students. And so rather than the homework policy, what I wanted it to do was to use a workshop to look at what we can do to help drive attendance of our students that are contributing to our declining ADA stuff. There's all kinds of ideas, from using the targeted case managers and the attendance clerks to provide, say, competitions, or everybody that attends for a week without missing gets a ticket into a drawing at the end of the month, or there's just all kinds of things that can be generated to help improve attendance. And so that's my proposal.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I also had asked for a homework policy component. So I don't want to
Okay.
lose that.
No, that was part of.
I just don't want to frame it within the framework of attendance necessarily. Yeah.
I get it. I'm very much open to leaving the homework policy as a part of that topic in the workshop.
So we added it as a separate topic.
Yeah. Given our action tonight, do we still need a standing workshop for the Inspire facility?
No.
I do not think we do.
Not as a workshop.
Entire workshop topic, yeah.
I'm sure we'll have updates as it goes along, but we won't need a workshop.
Thank you.
We'll just take that night off then.
Well, right now, we've got 7 topics plus the 3 that always stand, plus and 7 dates to fill. So effectively, we need to pair 3 of the potential options off the list.
I'd say we could take 4 off too,
Is
since
that-
we got a statement of what our policy is.
Can we go back to that page, please, on the big screen?
Yep. Please don't take 4 off yet.
Did you see the one paragraph response to what our policy is?
Yes.
Oh, and you want to leave it as a full 90-minute discussion?
Until we take some kind of action on it.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
still can't see it on the big screen. Who's driving?
Number 4 is the physical education dress down and
The-
locker room policy.
The list of topics. I just wanted to have this queued up because we're gonna need the dates.
There you go.
Thank you.
Is that the whole list, or could we add things?
We can add things, because I have things I'd like to add also.
So I don't see wellness and nutrition on there.
I had
We
nutrition.
have a committee.
We don't
we don't
have
have
a
a
workshop.
No, we don't have a workshop. We have a committee.
I also had nutrition. I wrote mine as nutrition and local food utilization, which goes along with wellness as well. Farm to school. I'd like to dive deeper into that.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm interested in helping if that's an opportunity for me to do so.
great.
So can I get some clarity on what is the, why after-school programs get an entire workshop? Is there some pressing issue around them that we need to?
So these were suggestions that came from board members about topics that we should have either on regular board meeting agendas or board workshops.
And it may well have been me. It was more than 5 minutes ago. So I've forgotten where that one came from. But I'm happy striking that one as an entire workshop, I think, unless anyone really wants to have 90 minutes about the after-school programs.
I support that concept.
I will say we have some amazing after-school programs that are going on, and we can do an update on that in a regular board meeting.
Yeah, and I would love to hear about them.
So are we able to add ideas or not?
We just added nutrition and wellness.
Would this be a good time to put in the technology piece? And then maybe we could loop in artificial intelligence into that?
Number
On the
2.
list, number 2.
Oh, artificial intelligence. Maybe throw technology onto that?
Call it technology, artificial intelligence, and impact on pre-K-12 education?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a particular, I'm just curious, is there a particular aspect of technology that you want to see focused on?
Artificial intelligence is a big one. I think it's going to have a big impact. We don't need to go over cybersecurity again, although that's something good to keep.
Do we need to
go over those in our mind?
We need more cybersecurity training as adults. I just went through one with my new job, and oh my gosh, I learned so much more.
It's kind of scary, huh?
It's terrifying.
It is scary.
It's terrifying.
I know, John tells me things and I can't sleep. But just to kind of keep us focused, the board liaisons to these committees will help whittle it down to exactly what
Get
the
the word
presentation will.
done. We're done. There, we all agree. That's fine. Great. Number 2 is wonderful. Thank you so much for your valuable time, John. Yeah. We'll look
John,
forward
thanks
to
for
hearing
being
you at
here.
some point in the future on that. Great. Is vocation, I'm sorry, career technical, my gosh. Worth putting on there. I was thinking about what's the status of our wood shops, our auto shops? These are things that are really important and valuable to me. I got more out of auto shop. Holy stinks. In high school than almost any other class. I use that knowledge every day. there's got to be, and ag is a big deal around here, you know, so, and engines, for better or for worse, are, you know, important around here.
So we could certainly do a career technical education update. We can do a whole workshop on all of the different pathways that are offered. Tiffany Harrigan has done a few for the board, and I'm sure she'd be happy to do more.
So just an idea.
So if we want to add that as a topic, sure.
So this isn't even something I already wrote down. That just makes me think too, like CTE is kind of like an emphasis on alternative from your traditional academic classes. So then now I want to know more about the arts and how our plan for rolling out the arts at the elementary schools, or expanding arts at the elementary schools, music, those types of things. I feel like CTE and arts.
We could probably do them together.
I was like not sure if they were too big to go together, or if CTE was maybe too big to be combined, but maybe we could do them together.
How long?
Okay. So, great.
Yeah.
Really kind of elective programs is what we're dancing around.
We could do something where we're adding elementary time in junior high time into this high school program.
Yeah, I like that. Thank you.
Maybe you've already addressed this in the past, but just in talking with parents, like via emails, and I've met with several recently, safety, like not so much like from a facility standpoint, like the doors are falling apart, but more just like gates and basically like how safe our campuses are.
We did a board workshop on safety it was October last year. Okay. Thought feels like it was more recent than that.
Just wanting to bring that up because I know I've gotten a lot of emails recently.
I feel like it might be beneficial if you might be able to go back and watch that presentation, and then maybe if there's more information you want to know, we can agendize like an update.
It is also part of what the board set aside in the master facility plan, and so Julie will be refining that and bringing it forward. So that'll be another opportunity to have that discussion as well.
Definitely valid. That's what we asked for last year.
Yeah, it would be good just so I could report back to them that we'll be readdressing it. So that would be in what month? I can let them know.
We're not sure yet.
It's listed on here as item number 5.
Okay, but that's
And then
not
if the board
prioritized.
votes to have it as a workshop topic and where you agendize it.
Okay.
So maybe we could tuck a parenthetical safety into that number 5, just so we remember that's one of our kind of special subtopics. Thank you.
All right, I think that list looks pretty good, and I think we should adopt it. So I think we should move on to the next thing.
Some of the other things on my list, I'm just going to rattle them off really quick and see if it piques anybody else's interest. I know that there's new surveys and data available from our NTSS pulses, so an MTSS presentation, but I also don't know if it warrants a full workshop.
You know,
but yeah,
I
to
just,
tie it, sorry, go ahead.
I just feel like we go over that stuff constantly ad nauseum.
It's
I mean,
very
every time the
similar,
LCAP
yeah.
comes up, with you know, we're talking about it, MTSS, multi-tiered system of supports, you know, I would opt for not personally.
The other one I had was alt ed programs, facilities, needs, and successes. I don't think that we've had a thorough update on where we're at with all of our alt ed programs as a whole, including housing, and what constraints there are in supporting our alt ed students.
Yeah, if
We
there was
need to-
room in the grand scheme of things, I could see listening to that.
We need to whittle this to 4 topics?
No. 5?
5 topics, thank you. I support anything we can do to look at strengthening our alt ed supports. I wish we could get more access to the CTE programs for our alt ed students, so, you know, anything.
So we have 5 spots and we currently have 12 topics.
Right.
I had one more. A special education update, since we have a new director, and I don't know if maybe that would be good for towards the end of the school year, or maybe just hold off after she's been in it for a year. But it might be nice to hear an update from special education with the new director, vision, goals, updates on team teaching and co-teaching, et cetera, on all those things.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I should have talked first before we pulled the list up. No, just kidding. Kidding. Sorry.
So I'm going to make a suggestion. We do this sometimes in our interview panels. One way to perhaps whittle this back down to the 5 that we need it to be would be for each board member to prioritize, and then we can list up there the ones that the board members rank as their top 5.
Last year, we typed our own names in our top 5 choices.
Yeah. So already pick your top 5, and the ones that have the most total loads are the ones we go with, absolutely. You okay with that process?
And this would happen tonight, it would all be done tonight?
Yeah, especially.
Number 12.
Who's gonna like crunch all this? Do we have an app or something like that? I sense that we maybe do. All right, well.
Hopefully it'll be very obvious, the ones, if you go in and get 5 votes, put your name on 5.
Yeah, all right, let's start doing that time-consuming work. Who's the clerk sort of person? You?
I mean, who's the clerk?
I think your literal name is the clerk.
I don't have a pen.
Well played. All right, maybe
Eric
Erica could just put our names in on the interested board members for now in that section, and does that work?
Or they can click on the agenda and then pull it up, and then they can just type their 5.
Yeah, but I don't think.
So each of you can go into the agenda item and bring this, launch this,
If we're signed in,
and
right?
then put your name in.
But do we all have permission now? Did you just open it to everybody?
Yes.
Erica
see
says
that-
yes.
You gotta be logged in, though.
Mine still says
You don't,
request.
I don't,
right?
Mine still says request edit access. Well, maybe I'll update, I'll refresh. Give me a second. Thank you, Erica.
I don't
You're the best.
know what
I can-
you're talking
Yep.
about. I
We
know
got it.
opening.
Yep.
Kaylin's in.
potential workshop ideas under supporting links on the agenda, and then you should be able to type your name next to the ones you want. And I just also want to clarify that the homework policy piece, that was, I'm recalling, I don't know which meeting it was, but that was a board member request to agendize an item. So whether it makes it as a whole workshop or not, or if it doesn't make it as a whole workshop, it still would be coming in as an agenda item at some point.
Hopefully, Jim, last Tom's division. All right.
Isn't the facilities master plan review and bond planning, that's not already its own date?
It really should be, and it should be in October.
I'm pretty sure that that's something that just kind of has to happen, right?
Yeah, I mean, we have to have the conversation, and we really should have it as a board workshop so we can spend a lot of time on it. No, they're good.
Oh, man, this is really hard.
Thank God. I thought I had printed off my form, and I did not.
That was really hard.
Guys, more of you need to sign up for technology and artificial intelligence, please.
It was my number 6. I'm struggling with not picking it, I'm sorry.
Nutrition was my number 6, unfortunately. I'm hoping we can pull those back as, you know, at least a update, check-in item.
All right. Staff, we've made good progress up here, and I think it's time for you guys to say something now. Looks like Career Tech is a leader, Alt Ed is a leader. Is everybody done?
Yes.
Career Tech, Alt Ed, PE, dress down and locker rooms, nutrition and wellness, that's 5. Right? Alt Ed, Career Tech, PE, dress down, nutrition and wellness.
Okay, so the ones with 4 are,
Hold on, Rebecca's
oh, sorry.
changing one of hers.
Makes a difference because it's already winning now. I was like.
It's already winning. Winning.
Okay, so the ones that have 4 is CTE and Alt Ed.
And PE, dress down,
Just changed.
no pun intended.
Oh.
Wow. I wish I had intended it. That's rich. High value.
And then
And
there's
then-
conveniently 2 that have 3, SPED and nutrition. So there it is. I move that framework.
So the problem here is we do have to have the facility master plan discussion.
So we actually can only take one of that.
Because we're going to have to start planning for the bond. And that does require our consultant to be here, bond counsel to be here. It's a pretty hefty meeting.
In that case,
I know.
I'll switch one of my votes.
I'll fix it. Are you gonna fix it? Oh, Eileen's gonna fix it.
There, I'm taking a vote off of
I'm
technology.
like trying to read what that says.
Who's honest?
Okay. So,
And that's Robinson and tennis combined.
It was actually, I don't even know what she did. It was hilarious when it was fully combined. I always did. It was hilarious.
okay, so facilities master plan now has 4.
Yes.
So we have 4.
What one just lost out? Oh, it was tie.
It's a tie between special ed and
Nutrition.
nutrition. And the tiebreaker could be Robin, no. Well, Conkin could make a decision based on between those 2. Because she's in both. So Conkin, oh, and Robinson, yes, no.
Could withdraw their vote.
Yeah, I'm on both. Conkin could add herself to Alt Ed.
We don't need to that, we just need to there needs to be a tiebreaker between number 9 and number 13.
So Rebecca Conkin, your name is on both 9 and 13. So why don't you just decide which one you'd rather do?
Can I make a suggestion about that real quick? Just because
Yes,
Caitlin mentioned earlier that maybe we put off SPED until our new special ed director has been in the position for a full year. So maybe we do kick that one down the road and let her get a full year in and put it at the very beginning of next year's stuff instead.
When was our last SPED workshop? We get updates from them, and it would be good to still get updates. We had a workshop. When was our workshop for special education?
We didn't do
December?
it this year, did we?
We did it this school year.
Yeah, you're asking the fish, I don't know.
I'd be in favor of doing the nutrition and waiting a bit for special ed.
We did it in November
In
2nd,
November.
last year.
Okay. And when did the new director,
July 1.
okay. So she starts July 1.
Correct.
Gotcha, okay. Yeah, I think that maybe it's fair for her.
Okay.
But I do think it would be really helpful to have her just kind of give an update on how things are going, as a regular agenda item, sometime when she's feeling ready, mid-school year-ish.
And on that same note, I think these are all worthwhile topics. I would like to see some kind of very brief, even just informational update on each of these remaining topics at some point throughout, the next school year. Is that reasonable? Just like a 20-minute, here's where we're at.
The homework policy is already requested to be a discussion action item.
Yes.
Right, I think we're there, right?
So I move adoption of this year workshop list with the understanding that the other items will come back to us with brief updates throughout the year.
Okay.
I'm just looking
Second.
I was looking to see if staff had any additional comments. Okay.
Yeah. They seem okay to you guys?
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Yay. Okay, liaisons, I'm starting to lose steam. It's only 9:25. It feels like it's 10:30. Oh my gosh. Yes. I-
Wellness, I'd like to do wellness.
Okay. That was a bad joke. I'd also like to do wellness.
I'd like to do CTE also.
I want to do wellness too.
But I claimed him first, so that's, sorry.
I'd like to do facilities.
I guess.
Facilities, we do have a facilities committee,
Yeah.
Right.
so that'd be
I'm
Darby
on
and
it.
Robinson.
All right, so we're erasing now. Are we writing our own names in these things, or are you gonna do it because you're the boss lady?
I'm not the boss lady. I'm the boss
You're
lady.
kind of the Jim
Why don't we
Hoffa,
do
or-
this in an order here?
Yeah,
CTE, I heard tennis.
yeah, I'd like to do that.
Anybody else want to do CTE? And by order, I meant the order I wrote them down on my paper.
Oh,
No
that's why I'm
other
like, what order are you doing this?
That's the boss.
There's
Two.
2 board members per committee.
Do you want to take CTE? Because I'll take it if that's not one of the ones you wanted. I'll go with Matt on CTE and do facilities. That gives me 2. So
Ron and-
I'm done.
I'd be
I'm
interested in, oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, I'm not counting facilities as one of mine, so I'm not done, but you go.
Does that mean we already have that one?
What?
Sorry, Alt-Ed would be our next one.
Yeah, I'd like to be involved in that one.
That's hard.
I'm gonna
I'm
keep
interested in that
I
one.
feel like I
I
have to
want
take the
that
PE
too.
dress down one. since I-
Okay, Conk and Lando?
No, and me, see?
See, okay, if you want to, go for it.
No, it's
By all
okay.
means.
You
That was
go.
too late, you said it.
Nope, nope.
Yeah.
It's fine. Let's
Okay.
just see how it rolls out.
All right, because there are other things I want to do as well, so I'm happy to take that one since I did kind of fuss until it got on there, but.
We need one more for nutrition and one more for Alt-Ed. Oh, I'm sorry.
Didn't you want
You have
nutrition?
tennis and Conkin on nutrition?
Is it Dalby or Conkin?
That's, yeah, we hadn't Rochambeau on that one
I
yet.
apologize.
Oh, my access is expired.
You've already made
You're out.
your
Okay,
limit of that. It's-
here's what I'm showing. CTE, Tennis and Robinson. Alt-Ed, Lando, we need another person on that one. PE, dress down, Conkin, Lando. Facilities, Dalby, Robinson. Nutrition, Tennis, Dalby. Ideally, each person would sign up for 2 counting the facilities bond one, 'cause that's gonna be a lot this year, the going out for a bond.
I'll add
So I show
all,
Robinson with 2, Tennis with 2, Lando with 2.
Just for clarification, alt ed, it includes everything from Fairview to Cal to, to
Oak
Ridge,
AFC.
Oakdale, AFC. Anything else that would fall under that?
Well, that will really be up to the board members that are designing it. It could go into our alternative education programs that we have at the elementary level, which currently are Sierra View and Rosedale,
Oh, yeah.
Hook Grove. Just depends on how far you want to expand it at that point.
Right now, everybody has 2.
I don't, I can take the
oh.
alt ed.
Unless Tennis or Dalby want to switch with you.
What? I didn't follow. Oh, switch nutrition with alt ed.
Okay, currently, you guys can wheel and deal later. Cookies or something might need to be involved. CTE, Tennis Robinson, Alt Ed, Lando Conkin, PE Dress Down, Conkin Lando, Facilities, Dalby Robinson, Nutrition, Tennis Dalby. And with the permission of the board, I'd like to work with staff and put these into the calendar. We can bring that back and have you adjust if necessary. But
I
I
like
think
that
if we
idea.
can kind of pace this out so that we're
Yes.
spreading it out.
Yeah.
Thank
Do we
you.
have just an
Okay.
agreement on that? Yeah. I think that sounds good. Last year, we also decided on the dates during the meeting. It was
yeah,
lengthy.
I'm gonna leave that to staff, because they,
Yeah, I like that. Thank you. Except for the first, we probably should determine now what the first one will be, though, since that's gonna be September, right?
yes.
Okay. Is the second one October? Should we determine the first 2? Well, October should be the bond, for facilities and bond.
Right, and what I'd like to do is just go ahead and leave this, if you would give us the permission to just go ahead and set this schedule, because then we can work with staff, see who's available over the summer to get some of the stuff done so that they're ready for that very first one in September, knowing there's a possibility, when I talked to Julie, she thought she might be ready to go with the facility master plan and bond even in September, which would be great if that was the case. So again, if you just give us a little flexibility on that, I can
Sure.
send it out as soon as we get it.
So long as you promise to give the liaisons a heads up.
Well, now, of course.
Okay. Deal.
Yep.
Is that it?
Moving on, oh.
Are we on
that's not my role.
5.4.5? Chico Unified School Governance
You know
Handbook?
what, I'm gonna stop, because I think, did we take action to adopt the board workshops?
We voted on the list of them.
We did? We put a motion up in a second. I don't think we ever actually took action on it, though.
No vote.
I
Who
thought we
made the
voted.
motion?
I think I did.
I really thought
Lando
we
made the
voted.
motion. And the second was,
I really thought we
didn't catch a
voted.
second.
I'm willing to go on record as the second for that.
So Lando made the
really thought we
motion,
voted and
Tim is
everything.
seconded, and
All
now
those
we
in
need a
favor?
vote.
Aye.
I really thought we voted.
5-0 vote. Okay.
All right, thank you.
And then that structure, right, oh, where'd it go? Of those people who are on it? Do we need to vote on that also? Okay, great.
Okay. 5.4.5, Chico Unified School District Governance Handbook for the 23-24 school year. This was on all of these were on last week's, and then we postponed them to this week just for the extra week to simmer on everything and ask any questions that we needed, and now we can ask for a motion.
Philosophically,
Wait, did you have something to say, Kelly? Okay, you looked like you were gonna touch your button, so, sorry.
I don't love the handbook. I feel like this is a democracy and we're, elected by people to represent them, period. I don't know why we've got a bunch of, rules and stuff, but, I see that, maybe there's value and wisdom in this thing, that can help us, get along and stuff like that. So I'm not gonna oppose it. I'm gonna vote aye on this. And with that, I'm.
That's not where I thought we were going with that. We don't have a motion yet, so I don't even know what you're gonna vote for.
Now we can just change whatever we want.
Yep.
So,
I'm looking for a motion.
okay, I move, adopting it as is, no changes.
I'll second that motion.
All right, discussion.
So I'm going to jump in here.
Oh, okay.
And I do believe we just changed the mission on our LCAP,
Yep.
so we'll need to change the
Yep.
mission on this.
Yep.
Friendly amendment accepted. I mean,
Yep.
Accepted by proxy, apparently, that's how we're doing it now.
yep,
All right.
'Cause I'm the
Still,
boss.
Yes, we're good. Make up your mind. All right, accepted. Yes, let's do it.
all right.
So, I believe that one of the reasons we held off was so our newer members could take time to read over. Anything you guys find in the exploration of this that needs talking about? No. You good with this the way it is?
The way it is.
The government, okay, cool. I don't mean to call you out, it's just that last time we talked, it was because you had, yeah, that's all.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of approving this handbook as is with the one pointed edit? Yes, of the mission statement, thank you. Yeah.
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. It passes. Thanks, everybody. Moving on.
The least contentious discussion of the governance handbook we have ever
Right.
had.
Okay, the next item is 5.4.6, discussion action, a proposed form and procedure for board members requesting to agendize an item.
About time.
And so, attached to this was my request from the last meeting. I wanted to at least clarify that this was more of a, wasn't to streamline, that was definitely the wrong terminology, but it's an attempt to just give a little bit more formality to the process for a few reasons that came from, especially this last year, or even me running these meetings, the way that the current process is a little bit messy and also really, really skirts, if not, the word is not coming to me, but with the Brown Act. We get pretty in the mud sometimes when we're trying to agendize an item and we're kind of just, and I shouldn't say all of us have done this, but I certainly have done this, kind of have this word vomit that is some weird thing, and then like discussion ensues, and when really it just needs to be a simple statement and possibly just a statement of reasoning, and move from there. But also, the other thing that I've observed, and maybe staff could speak to their perspective on it, is that our job is to really ensure that what we are spending our time on and we are requesting staff to spend time on are things that fall under our scope.
Yes.
And so, just to kind of keep our agendas from expanding beyond our staff capacity when it comes to time and having to reprioritize things when new things arise. And then other things then falling to the wayside, so to speak.
Yes, and I can address that. You know, one of my jobs as superintendent is to make sure that we are very focused as the staff and that we are getting the work done that the board has set forth for us to do. And we get going down that and we're going great guns, and then what has happened is we can get thrown off that because we have a lively discussion about something that comes up and very valid, but not necessarily following within what the board has said, this is what we want to focus on this year. So then we're getting splintered off into other directions very quickly, trying to pull together information to come back and present to the board, and then something else will fall off the plate. Or, you know, we may not do a great job in getting that information if it's a very short turnaround. So that was one of my goals in having this discussion about board workshops, that we get some of these areas that are of intense interest to the board on our agenda calendared so that we can bring that forward, have those discussions, but not continue to be adding to the plate. And I did keep track of, you know, a lot of the things that just came up last year, and, you know, some of them there was no getting around. We had to have those conversations. Others might have been better had we folded it into agenda items that were coming up in the future or other board workshops. At the end of the day, though, we're going to do what the board asks us to do, and you want us to present on something, that's what we're going to do. I'm just trying to find a little more organized and making sure that it falls within our scope and that we have the information when the board makes the decision, so that we're not violating the Brown Act, as we kind of got on that ground a couple times where we were starting to discuss things that weren't agendized.
Guys, I need to wake up tomorrow morning at 3:30 a.m., so I'm going to leave.
Oh, that's very early.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So I just, whatever you guys decide on this is fine by me.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah,
It's
thank you. Good luck.
already very late. And if you're traveling, safe travels.
It's actually going, I've got to go to work tomorrow morning.
Oh, well, then be safe. It was very early. So just to kind of, I guess, walk through how I visualize this ideally working if we were to approve the process, and maybe, you know, maybe, I don't know, we'll just see how our discussion goes. Yes? Did you want to interrupt me?
I'm supporting,
I just want to explain how it works.
oh, it's clear.
Maybe not to everybody, maybe to you. I want to explain it to our other board members because I have not had a chance to walk through the way I imagined this maybe playing out. So the form is nice. There also is a Google form that matches up with this that could be a really quick 5 minutes to go in and just type it up really quick. But, you know, we have meetings, or in between meetings, we have ideas, and we want to see it brought into on a future agenda. Maybe it's urgent and you want it on the next agenda. Maybe it can wait a month or a couple of meetings when it fits in right. So, of course, the name of the person requesting it, the urgency, so next, as soon as possible, next agenda item at the December meeting, whatever that might be, would be written into there. The type, whether you want it to just be informational, if you think it should be coming in as a discussion action or would like it to. Ideally, too, selecting one of our 4 LCAP goals. When this was written up, we didn't have a 4th LCAP goal yet. It's nice to be able to relate all of the things that we do to our strategic plan, which is the LCAP, and so to say, hey, this fits into our strategic plan, so this is why we should be spending time on this, and asking staff to utilize their time and energy on this. And then down below is just space for a few words to state the item. So that kind of helps with I don't know how to word this as I'm awkwardly up here with this new idea that I just came up with in the last 30 minutes. Get to put your words on paper and really think about how it's gonna, you know, come to the rest of us. Rationale can be very short. It's good to see, like, where does this coming from? Like, what's the purpose behind you wanting to bring this for a full board discussion, action, informational? And the rationale also helps staff, because staff will see this before the agenda. The staff may be able to address this without needing to fully agendize it, and could, do some information seeking and get back to you, or respond to the full board and say, hey, a board member was interested in this information, here it is already, we don't even need to fully agendize it. So that gives the opportunity for staff to just say, hey, I can just address it, and then say, do you still want to agendize this, or do you think that you have all the information you need, or do you think that when we were already planning on bringing this back at the September meeting, will that suffice, or do we really need to put this as a board member request to agendize item? That's where the streamlining kind of comes in a little bit. And then that plus the how does this relate to the LCAP goals is just kind of helping us, really reflect on what our purpose is here, what our goals are, how it fits with our strategic plan and our vision and our mission. Then if and then all of the things come together and it's like, yes, let's put this on the agenda, let's move it forward, this gets published for the public to be able to see, as well as the other board members before we come to the meeting. So we will have already been able to see this and think about it a little bit, and the public will be able to give comment on it. So that helps with the Brown Act rules situation. I do understand that this, like, the way to agendize items has shifted. I know right before I started, Mr. Lando had run into a problem where he didn't even have an opportunity to agendize, and the way we do it now, that's how that came to be. And so I've just been struggling a bit with this item every single meeting since I became president, and just wanted to put it out there that it might be beneficial for staff and for us as members that want to agendize an item or are on the listening side of hearing somebody's item that a staff or a board member was interested in addressing, to be kind of more firmed up in a sense. That's my rationale, and it addresses the LCAP goals by making sure that our time and resources are focused on our students' needs. I think that's my spiel.
Are we
I guess,
discussing?
yeah, I think we can maybe, probably should have a motion before we discuss.
I move acceptance and approval of this form to assist us in adding items to an upcoming agenda.
This form and process, and I would add with goal 4 included on the form. I second. Now we can discuss.
I absolutely understood what you were trying to do. I observed the same issues. It's not the first time a board has had this problem, and we fixed the other one in a similar way, only then we never created a form, just agreed to a process. So I fully support what's been put forward. Thank you, President Dalby.
I think my original hesitation with it, you addressed it, and that was like just the transparency with the public so that they were able to see this form and even have opportunity to comment on that. So I don't have any reservation with the concept that it would be fully transparent with the public.
I think it helps. Improve transparency. It gives 2 opportunities if it ends up going on to a future agenda item for the public to comment on it. So thank you for adding that. I really was wanting to have us have a system that opened up that a bit. Yeah.
So I appreciate the concerns. I think the focus on scheduling time for staff and on the Brown Act especially are super necessary. I also think we could probably do that with some sort of explicit norms, perhaps even in the governance handbook, that we just passed without changing. I personally know that this extra step will be cumbersome for me personally, and I think we can find a way to, I hope we can find a way to address these issues without adding an extra layer of paperwork essentially to what we already do. And that's my spiel. I'm not gonna fight about it too hard.
I think personally for me, I struggle with this same type of thing. I still have not submitted my reimbursement request from CSBA. Jacqueline's really mad at me because this is the end of the fiscal year. I'm really bad about that type of thing. I'm hoping that I get in the habit of, my wind down time, which I do spend usually an hour at least at home awake after I get home from board meetings, awake, just kind of mulling things over, that's my time to hop on the form and just jam out my requests while they're
And,
fresh.
I mean, happy if somebody just wants to give me a call, I'll type it out and get it down there and just have a conversation part, if that's helpful. The other thing, I think if we're at a board meeting, you can fill it out. We can have the handwritten ones here and fill it out right then and there while you're thinking about it, and it would be on the very next agenda. So the time wouldn't take more time than the current process. Conceivably.
Yeah, but then you've got people essentially doing the homework while you're trying to teach.
It would add the time to the process, because it would be the request would go on the next agenda item, or on the next agenda, whereas right now, we can request on the spot. So it does add a little bit of time. But I think that time is valuable because it may actually minimize the volume of items that we end up adding, because the process will help us just get that information or get our request satisfied just by bringing it to the staff first. And sometimes legal counsel we've ran into an issue where we've agendized something where legal counsel went, hey, like, sometimes that extra little step is necessary. And we don't always have that information up here at our fingertips. Our lawyer's not on call during every meeting to step in and say, that's not advisable at this time, so.
So the process you're envisioning, we fill out the form, then the next agenda, we go over the form and vote on whether to agendize the item.
Yes.
Okay. I am somewhat concerned that there will be times when, does the act of filling out one of these forms mean we're going to talk about it in an open session?
I think that as long as it's not a closed
Well,
session
I hear
item,
that, because
right?
what I've heard you say is maybe staff will just get back to you with information and you don't need to do it anymore.
No, the follow-up would be, staff would get back to you with information and say, do you still want to agendize this?
Okay.
Is this enough information, or did this fulfill what you are looking for? And then we have the opportunity to say, yeah, actually, this is great, I don't need this to be a full agenda item, or, no, I do think that this needs to be taken to the board for action, or whatnot. Sometimes staff does that for us anyway. Actually, I would say like more than half the time that we try to agendize an item, that's how it plays out, but it gets really muddy with Brown Act rule stuff.
I hear that, and the Brown Act rules definitely need to be addressed.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not perfect. I wouldn't sit up here and say, this is the best idea ever, because it does add an extra, probably 2 weeks before action can be taken on an item that we may be very passionate about.
Well,
At least 2 weeks.
Well, and the president and superintendent still have the ability to put things on the agenda if they need to.
I tend to not.
Oh, I'm aware of that.
Oh, okay.
But it's still there in the governance handbook.
Yes, you
there's
have
something
granted me with the authority to add things to the agenda.
It's in our handbook.
It's in our
Yeah, that's what I'm
handbook.
saying, and I appreciate that you've been gentle with that.
Yeah, I'm not an authoritarian. Okay. So is there any further discussion, or would we like to go to the vote? We've been unanimous all night, almost. I mean, recently, I should say recently.
Yeah.
Oh, but we're minus a board member, so we have to vote by voice. I'm gonna vote, Dalby, aye.
Robinson, aye.
Conkin, aye.
Lando, meh. Let's call it a nay.
Okay,
Still passes.
it passes. That also will give us the summertime to, yeah, absorb that and play with it a little bit, launch that. It's passed, but the caveat too, which it was in here, so hopefully it doesn't catch anybody by surprise, that the idea is that it's submitted at the same time as anybody else has to submit items, so it can be included. But if there's anything that's urgent that comes up, it can be worked out with staff. So if it's, I don't know, well in advance. If the meeting's been published, right, you could still probably add it for a,
Yep.
yeah.
An emergency
Yeah.
function
Yes.
item.
Okay, we will, are there any requests to agendize an item this evening? Sorry, I'm glad that I'm amusing to you all. Fine, that's great. Let's move to closed session.
And I will say, if we can get ourselves there within 5 minutes, we can probably be done within 10 at the most.
Okay, it's Jim's last closed session.
It's Jim's last closed session, and he has promised to be speedy.
Claire?